started, and we'll make sure that it's just the board on camera. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Are they talking? Oh, Charles Armstrong, but he's not there.
Good morning.
Charles Armstrong is on.
If you are not a board member, could you please mute your mic and turn off your video? I just want to see my lovely colleagues for the moment. All right, now we're going to get the party started. Good morning. My name is Julia Rady, and I'm the chair of the Toronto Preservation Board. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I will now call meeting 33 of the Toronto Preservation Board to order. Welcome, everyone. This is a hybrid meeting with some members, staff, and public attending in person. Paul and I are holding up the desk today, and others connecting by video conference over the WebEx platform or calling in. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Because we are meeting in person and remotely, we ask for your patience with any delays and technical issues. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto Preservation Board at toronto.ca/council and by clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I would like to request that staff and invited participants, as well as all observers joining remotely, keep their video turned off unless they need to speak or answer questions. This will make it easier for me as chair to see the members as we debate and vote on the agenda items. I will also ask all members to keep their microphones muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item. If members wish to speak on an item, please make sure your video is on and raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate your intention to speak, and I will create a speakers list. When voting on an item or motion, I ask members to turn on your video and raise your hand to indicate your vote, and if there is a recorded vote, you will be asked to state if you are in favor or opposed. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council. As a reminder, please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at hertpb@toronto.ca to help with motions. So although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Preservation Board would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of your interest. Are there any declarations at this time? All right, I see two. First, Peter, and then I'll get to you, Adam.
Yep, just declaring a conflict for PB 33.3, 123 Garratt Boulevard. My employer is a planning consultant to the owner of those lands, and I've submitted the declaration form to the clerk for that conflict.
Thank you very much, Peter. There will be a recorded vote for PB 33.3, and during that item, you will mute your mic and turn off your video. Adam, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually currently seeking clarification whether it's a conflict or not on the Cawthra Square items.
I think, Adam, that's up for you to decide, and this would be the time to declare it, please.
As much as I don't want to do this, I will declare a conflict of interest on that item in the
Which one? PB?
Cawthra Square.
Sorry, there was just a little bit of garbled, Adam. That's.
Cawthra Square.
Oh, thank you very much. And the nature of the interest?
I previously received a grand total of $11 for co-writing a letter with the Church Wellesley BIA.
Okay, thank you,
Over a
Adam.
year and a half during my time as their director.
Okay, do you mind sending in the requisite form, please? And during that item, we'll have a recorded vote, and you two, for the discussion and vote, will turn off your camera and mute your mic.
Okay.
Okay, groovy. Moving on, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on May 27th, 2025? Paul, all those in favor? Motion carries. Just before we proceed to the agenda review, I want to turn the floor over to Paul for a moment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a bit of sad news to report. Over the weekend, we learned that Brian Mooney, who is a past member of the Preservation Board, passed away on Thursday, quite unexpectedly. Brian was a member of the Etobicoke York Community Preservation Panel. He became the chair of the panel and then became a member of the Toronto Preservation Board. He was very involved in heritage matters in the West End, contributed a great deal to some of the preservation projects that we've seen in the area. And in particular, he was a manager who worked at the old Christie's biscuit factory on the lakeshore. And as that site was redeveloped, the factory closed and was redeveloped, he advocated extremely knowledgeably for the site and for efforts to preserve some of the heritage of the Christie's biscuit. He also supported his spouse Peggy's work. Peggy's been very involved in the heritage process over the years, and he's always had an interest in her activities. And anyone who sat on our panel will say that Brian was also known for liking chocolate. We remember him very much for his enjoyment of chocolate. So just wanted to recognize his contribution. And I understand that there will be a commemoration in about a month. So we'll pass on any news we hear on that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And I think collectively as a board, our condolences to his family. So as we move forward with our business for heritage, we are going to proceed to the agenda review. The first item is PB 33.1, 21, 23, 25, 27, 29, 31, 33, 35, and 37 Kensington Avenue. Notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There's a presentation from planning staff available if the board would like to hear it. Would anybody like to hold this item? Adam, thank you very much. Moving along then to PB 33.2, 324 Old Yonge Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Again, we have a presentation from staff available. Would anybody like to hold this item? Jeff and Adam. Moving on to PB 33.3, 123 Garratt Boulevard, inclusion on the Heritage Register. There is a presentation from planning staff available if the board would like to hear it. Would anybody care to hold this item? Alex. PB 33.4, 2 Old George Place, alterations to a designated property in the North Rosedale Heritage Conservation District, a refusal. There are public speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it. Next is PB 33.5, 149 College Street, alterations to a designated heritage property under Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Again, we have public speakers, so I will hold this item. PB 33.6, 6 and 8 Cawthra Square, alterations to heritage properties designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Public speakers are registered on this item, so I will hold it. Then we have PB 33.7, 358 to 360 Dufferin Street, including structure address at 350 Dufferin Street, alterations to and demolition of heritage attributes of designated heritage property under Sections 33 and 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. We have public speakers, so I will hold the item. We have PB 33.8, 445, 447, 449, and 451 Adelaide Street West, demolition and new construction on designated heritage properties under Part 5, Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act, a refusal. We have a presentation from Heritage Planning staff on this one. Would anybody care to hold this item? Adam, thank you. And our final item is PB 33.9, 126, 128, and 130 Avenue Road, demolition and new construction on designated heritage properties under Part 5, Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and approval. And there are public speakers on this item, so I'm going to hold it, which means we are going back to number 1. And I think we welcome Emma. Good morning, Emma.
Madam Chair, we've just lost the audio connection to City Hall.
Adam, if you can hear me, we're looking into it.
You are back and we can hear you again.
Can you hear me?
We can indeed hear you.
Wonderful. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emma, and today I am presenting for item number 33.1, which includes 21, 23, 25, 27, 29, 31, 33, 35, and 37 Kensington Avenue, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Next slide. So the subject properties occupy 9 adjacent lots on the east side of Kensington Avenue, about mid-block between St. Andrew Street to the north and Dundas Street west to the south. The properties are located on one of the key mixed-use commercial streets within the broader Kensington Market neighborhood. The subject properties are all representative examples of the 19th century bay and gable typology applied to a semi-detached house form at 35 to 37 Kensington and row house forms at 21 to 33 Kensington Avenue. All 9 of the subject properties were included on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register in July 2023. Next slide. So a bit of background, as you're probably all familiar at this point in time, the founding of town of York in 1793 was followed by the area between present-day Queen and Bloor Streets being parceled into 100-acre park lots. After 1815, immigration to York increased when the end of the Napoleonic Wars in Europe brought settlers from Europe and Ireland who were able to acquire large tracts of land. And it was during that time that the original park lot owners transferred or sold their lots to other individuals of the landed gentry. So there were 3 prominent figures, Dr. William Warren Baldwin, George Taylor Dennison, and George Cruikshank, and they all acquired the lands that generally comprise the Kensington Market neighborhood. Each of those 3 owners subdivided their land holdings with little regard for how the adjacent properties were being planned. And over the course of about half a century, this uncoordinated and piecemeal subdivision created a very unique street and block pattern in the area, where there are no 2 blocks about the same size and the streets don't align with adjacent neighborhoods. But despite the lack of an overarching planning framework, there is concurrent development throughout the area resulted in a cohesive concentration of late 19th and early 20th century residences constructed for the working class, many of which appear in pairs or rows, such as the subject properties. Between the 1910s and the 1930s, the area emerged as a Jewish market, which produced some of the patterns of building expansion and commercial use that continue today. The open-air display of goods on the commercial streets within Kensington Market is a legacy of Jewish merchants and businesses in the early 20th century. At mid-century, there was an influx of Portuguese and Hungarian immigrants who contributed to the commercialization of these formerly residential streets in the area, such as Augusta and Kensington, following the precedent set by the Jewish market. In many cases, the narrow property frontages of the working-class housing stock, particularly along Kensington Avenue, Augusta Avenue, and Baldwin Street, were converted to stores and other non-residential uses, providing fine-grained commercial space that was affordable to the immigrant communities. These small unit sizes have contributed to the concentration of independent retailers and food sellers that support a sense of place in the area. Incremental change to these buildings over time, primarily through ground floor alterations, is a defining characteristic of the surrounding area and has given rise to a uniquely animated public realm. So the subject properties themselves have historical or associative value because they yield information that contributes to an understanding of that evolution of Kensington Market from a residential neighborhood into a mixed-use community. Through their construction date and typology, each property is associated with the early residential development of the area from the 1850s to the early 1900s. Next slide. 33 Kensington Avenue is the oldest building of the group. It was actually constructed in 1876 as a detached rough cast house form for William Baxter, who was an engineer. Its brick cladding was added shortly after the construction of 27, 29, and 31 Kensington Avenue in 1889 for John Baxter, a tradesman who later became a city alderman. 35 and 37 Kensington Avenue was also built for John Baxter around 1889, and it was at that time that 33 Kensington Avenue was integrated into its present row house form. 21 to 25 Kensington Avenue were constructed in 1888 for Herbert King, a local builder. All 9 subject properties have physical value as representative examples of the 19th century bay and gable architectural type. As the name suggests, the bay and gable typology is identifiable by the key characteristics of a steeply pitched cross gable roof with its gable end facing the street and centered above a projecting bay window of 1 to 2.5 stories. The street-facing facade expresses a strong vertical emphasis achieved by the narrowness of its bay and point of its gable, which are typically offset in an asymmetrical arrangement. This typology was extremely popular for residential buildings in Toronto from the mid to late 19th century, and its popularity is partially owed to its compatibility with the narrow lot patterns in the city's residential subdivisions like Kensington Market. The narrow form and repeatable composition of the bay and gable responded to the rows of long and narrow abutting property lots that were established following the division of the original park lots into smaller and smaller property parcels for private sale. That's fun alliteration. Following the area's social and development trends of the early to mid-20th century, most of the subject properties were subsequently modified to varying degrees to accommodate mixed residential and commercial functions. The visible layering of building additions, particularly within the commercial core streets like Augusta and Kensington Avenues, represents the adaptation that occurred as new immigrant communities established homes and businesses in the neighborhood. Next slide. Contextually, the subject properties are valued for their roles in defining, supporting, and maintaining the historic mixed-use character of Kensington Avenue, which originally developed as a residential streetscape with a high concentration of bay and gable house forms that were later adapted to accommodate the commercial functions I mentioned before. Together, each property contributes to a distinct sense of place, representing Kensington Market's vibrant and eclectic community known for its international culture and independent commercial character. The buildings are also visually and historically linked to the surrounding market area, where the popular use of their typology was owed to its compatibility with the lot patterns, as mentioned. The extant buildings maintain their historic scale, form, and massing, and are part of a collection of similarly adapted house form buildings along the street with compatible built forms, including their typology, their roof lines, and the mixed materials linked to the original stock of brick cladding. The subject properties are quintessential reflections of the history and development of Kensington Market area, and they are significantly important in defining, maintaining, and supporting this character. Therefore, for the reasons summarized in this presentation, staff have determined that the 9 properties at 21, 23, 25, 27, 29, 31, 33, 35, and 37 Kensington Avenue are worthy of designation under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just waiting for my board members to come back up on the screen, and we'll ask questions of staff, which will not include reading out all of the addresses again. All right, questions of staff. Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a few questions, so I will go through them one at a time and also allow the other board members opportunities to ask theirs.
Oh, Adam, you know the drill. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to staff for the wonderful research and presentation. I do want to note that you keep using the term market, but there's no mention of the commercial uses or storefronts in these reports beyond mentioning that there was some adaptive reuse. I'm wondering, are the storefronts part of this designation? And if so, or if not, what was the decision making behind that process? You are using the term market, but without the storefronts, there would not be a market.
Yeah, great question. So there's kind of two components to our analysis of these properties, and the first being that, as you're aware, they are located within the proposed Part 5 Kensington Market Heritage Conservation District. And in collaboration with my colleagues who are working on the Part 5, bringing forward this Part 4 is considering the fact that there is other heritage values identified in that conservation district, and the fact that it's more so the visibility and legibility of the layering of the buildings that is an attribute. So if you'll notice in the statements of significance, the historical and associative value talks about that, the retained visibility and legibility. And that was conscious of the fact that the Part 5 policies are also focused more so on the layering than the actual independent attribute components. So I completely understand your point that the fact that it's Kensington Market feels like we should be acknowledging the storefronts, but we want to allow for that layering to continue. And that was a key component of the Part 5 as well. And so it would feel sort of antithetical to bring forward a Part 4 report that tried to change those policies that they're working on for the Part 5, if that makes sense. And so we wanted to make sure that the buildings could still grow and change with the area. And that's the reason for having the language focus more so on visibility and legibility.
Thank you, Emma. Question number 2, Adam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Building on that question, though, you have storefronts which have been there in some cases for over 100 years. I've published articles on the specific history of Kensington Avenue, and I'm quite familiar with the name Kensington Market didn't even emerge until these storefronts and an open-air market began around World War I. I'm just worried that we are going to be looking at potential situations where we are going to lose that fine grain retail, and we're not going to see that continued layering if we're only preserving the Victorian brick components of the site. Is there an opportunity to include either acknowledgement or some form of attribute pertaining to the commercial uses? And I understand you can't designate use of the building, but rather the commercial related alterations at grade that so many of these buildings have.
Just jumping off your point about some of the storefronts being quite old, I don't believe any of the storefronts for these properties are of that age. So I'm not sure that these properties are perhaps the ones to pursue that sort of finite attribute for, unless you came across something that suggested that these storefronts are quite old.
I believe 33 Kensington, actually, you have the drawings from the 1918 storefront, which has the same general massing but altered cladding within the report.
Yeah, it's been altered since then, though.
I'm going to jump in and see if there are other questions,
Yeah.
because I think the point is sort of well raised there. Other questions? Adam, do you have number 3?
I do indeed. Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you speak at all to the Spadina Brewery? I note some of this site has archaeological potential. What does that mean for property owners, especially those properties on the north end of this site, which intersect the Spadina Brewery site?
Yeah, thank you. So these properties don't actually have archaeological potential for these property parcels. As the report discusses, it's adjacent to them at the rear end. I believe it's 23 St. Andrew Street. And that area has already been identified as an area of having archaeological potential. That's not my area of expertise, so I can certainly go back to my colleagues as to how we treat those areas going forward. But the subject properties before you today do not actually have identified archaeological potential.
Other questions of staff? Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for clarifying that, Emma. It was my understanding that some of those north properties bisected the brewery site just based on historical map data, but I'm happy to continue that conversation during the discussion and offline. Are any of the rear additions or return elevations included in the designation bylaw? And if so, what?
No, they were not. So the attributes focus more so on the original bay and gable typology. And again, I feel like a broken record, but the legibility and the layering, which we love to see in Kensington Market. And so the rear additions were not identified as attributes.
Other questions? Adam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you clarify what you mean by legibility and layering?
Yeah, so it goes into the historical and associative attribute of the fact that Kensington Market has over the years changed quite a bit, as you know. So it starts as the residential typology, which is the bay and gable, and that's where the physical and design value comes from. And then over the years, because of the immigrant communities that come in, have sort of changed the function of the building, added their own cultural flares to the design. We love to see that because that is sort of like the character and the heart of Kensington Market. And so the language that we use, is to acknowledge the value of that layering, but also the legibility of the layers. So we wouldn't want to see the buildings completely erased, hence the reason we're pursuing Part 4 designation. But we also wouldn't want to stymie any of that layering happening in the future. And so it's a fun balance between allowing change to happen, but also keeping some of those key characteristics that ground the history of the building into being able to communicate how the area has changed.
Other questions of staff? Adam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Emma, for that clarification. Do any of the attributes pertain to the immigrant communities at present and that layering? When I was reading through them, I'm only seeing the bay and gable typology reflected, that massing of the Victorian era building. I'm not seeing those later alterations reflected.
I would say the historical and associative value attribute. So I'm just on page 11 right now for the properties 21 to 25. So if you refer to that page, the attribute says the retained visibility and legibility of the original 19th century bay and gable typology. And so, yeah, you're right. It's not explicitly saying from the immigrant communities, but it does acknowledge that the building has changed over time. And like I said, we don't want to freeze it in time by listing every single layer that exists at present. We would like to see that continue to change and evolve with the community changing and evolving. Hence that sort of language that would allow that to happen. I don't know what I would actually list as an attribute for specific immigrant communities without freezing it in time.
I just want to make, through the chair, one point about these particular properties and how we approach designation. We don't ever approach designation in terms of development or decisions about development. So it isn't, while the fact is that in not identifying the commercial storefronts, that does leave them open to continuing to change. We didn't choose to not have storefronts for the reason of wanting to encourage change. So it's a little bit different. It's been a really fascinating conversation between the people who are working on the HCD and looking at the individual buildings. And through the subtlety of the work on the HCD, we have determined, as Anna said, that it is the variety of storefront types and additions and changes that is part of the value of these properties. And so that's not a usual thing for us, although we certainly have, in most cases where we have designated properties that had commercial storefronts, we have chosen to not put those storefronts as attributes unless they were original to the period of the Victorian itself.
Thank you, Mary.
Other questions? Adam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could staff kindly clarify the difference between what we're seeing in the Part 5 designation and the Part 4 designation for these properties as they pertain to the design, associative, and contextual? Specifically, I note that the HCD does go into a great deal of detail about the commercial uses in Kensington Market and how we're seeing these discrepancies between the two designations. What are the similarities, and is there a risk that one may undermine the other if they aren't congruous?
Through the chair, I just want to point out that Part 5 designations and Part 4 designations will be necessarily different because they have different roots in legislation, they have different requirements, they have different functions. One is a planning policy. The other is an individual description of a protected heritage property. And so you may call that a discrepancy, but in fact, they are two different ways of looking at heritage properties. One is as a collective, and the other is as an individual. So what you would describe as the collective value of Kensington Market may not, and in this case necessarily does not, mean that it's going to be the same as an individual review.
Further questions? Seeing none, is there discussion amongst ourselves? Adam, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to preface this with I've been following this site with great interest for several years. So if there's many questions, it's based on several years of following the site and its evolution. I want to thank staff for all their wonderful research on this site. The Baxter family material is quite interesting because the Baxter family, specifically some of the individuals mentioned in this report, still own land in Kensington Market in terms of orphan laneways that run off Kensington Avenue. And these have been quite the challenge for city planners, both in the HTD and in the Safe Street projects. I would love to hear my fellow board members' thoughts on the decision not to include storefronts within the designation report, because we're seeing great concern over the potential erosion of that fine grain retail in Kensington Market. I note that this site was, quite a few of these properties were part of a land assembly that was for sale a few years ago that generated great discussion as well around the development potential in the future of Kensington Market. And I was quite shocked, quite frankly, to see the omission of storefronts within the designation report, although I do thank staff for the clarification over the past few minutes.
Further discussion? Seeing none, thank you very much, Emma, and we're going to move to vote on the matter. I have a staff report with recommendations before us. Would anybody like to move the recommendations in the report? I will. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on to PB 33.2, and we'll welcome Clint.
Through the chair, good morning, members of the board and Madam Chair. My name
Hold on, Clint. Okay, now I've got the presentation.
My name is Clint Robertson, and I'm a heritage planner.
My apologies for interrupting. Is there a way to increase the audio level from City Hall?
Yeah. And I'm a heritage planner with the City of Toronto in policy and research. This presentation relates to item PB 33.2, 324 Old Yonge Street, Notice of Intention to Designate a Property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Next slide, please. The subject property, known as the Jepcott Sanderson Residence, is located in the St. Andrews Windfields neighborhood of North York and York Mills area of Toronto, east of Yonge Street and just south of Highway 401. The property was listed on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register February 3rd, 2021. Next slide, please. The property contains a 2 1/2 story brick house and a detached 2-story brick garage, and was constructed in 1935 in the Georgian Revival style. It was designed for Alfred Jepcott, president of the Dominion Box and Paper Box Company. Jepcott commissioned the house for his daughter and son-in-law Arthur C. Sanderson, an executive with the Toronto Brick Company Limited. The Sandersons purchased the land in 1935 from the St. Andrews Estates and Golf Course and owned the property until 1947. Jepcott and the Sandersons occupied the property together from that time that the house was completed until Jepcott's death in 1940. Heritage planning staff determined that the property meets 4 of 9 criteria under Ontario Regulation 906. First, the property has design and physical value for being a representative example of a fine suburban estate home constructed in the early 20th century, and for its Georgian Revival style architecture with neoclassical style influences. Characteristic of the style, the house features a restrained and dignified appearance with the symmetrical main entrance, stylized hip roof, and prominent chimneys. Understated detailing is limited to window keystones, brick belt courses, and recessed panels with ornament to the facade. The house was constructed of Toronto Brick Company brick from the company's plant on Greenwood Avenue in Scarborough. The house is further distinguished for its fine craftsmanship, exemplifying its English bond brickwork with alternate courses of headers and stretchers. So it was built as something of a showcase for brick. Next slide, please. The rear of the house is distinguished by its rounded central bay, a derivative of neoclassicism. Ornamental classical stone urns top the corners at the rear of the house. The roof at the rear of the house is placed behind a parapet and is very characteristic of 1930s design, making it somewhat ornamental in nature. A garage originally containing chauffeur's quarters above is similarly detailed with a hipped roof, segmental arched dormer windows that complement the mansion. Next slide, please. Additionally, the house is significant because it reflects the work of the Toronto architects Henry Alward and George Gwynlock. Their firm became known for its residential designs prior to World War II, winning local and national competitions. The partnership rose to prominence in the latter half of the 1930s and early 1940s with their high-end residential designs, an extension of each partner's individual work in the late 1920s and early 1930s before their partnership. As a team, Alward and Gwynlock designed more than a dozen deluxe mansions in North York during the 1930s and 40s. The property at 324 Old Yonge Street is a period interpretation of traditional design reflective of the firm's stylistic approach to residential architecture. Next slide. Further, the property has historical value for yielding information that contributes to an understanding of the development of York Mills and Old Yonge Street in the early 20th century, from a historic village and a historic rural road to an exclusive residential enclave at the beginning of the urbanization, of the upscale suburbanization of the village. The area was even touted as becoming the next Rosedale, a reference to Toronto's most expensive residential area at the time. Beginning in the late 1920s, continuing through the 1930s, Old Yonge Street developed as a street of substantial and grand architect design houses on spacious landscaped properties, marking the beginning of the evolution of the village into a suburban area of Toronto. Next slide, please. And finally, the property has contextual value for its contribution to defining, maintaining, and supporting the historic suburban estate character of the area. Like most of the other properties developed on Yonge Street in the 1920s and 30s, the subject property contained a substantial architect design house inspired by Revival style architecture, in this case, Georgian Revival. Additionally, like the other historic estate properties on Old Yonge Street, it's defined by its large lot frontage and setbacks, circular driveway, and expansive landscape grounds. Historically, 324 Old Yonge Street was one of 7 estate homes dating from the late 1920s and 1930s, situated on Old Yonge Street between York Mill Road and Highway 401. The subject property is among 4 of these 7 properties which survive, 3 of which have been listed on the city's Heritage Register or designated, with the others no longer extant. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clint. Moving in now to questions for staff. Just takes a moment for my screen to... All right, Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clint, is there associative value with this property? I seem to remember my predecessor, Paul Farrelly, mentioning that the inventor of the Canada Arm, or someone with association with the development of the Canada Arm, resided at this property. It'd be quite significant for Canada's aerospace industry and maybe worth noting as an associative value.
Through the chair, so I wasn't familiar with that aspect of the history of the property, although my off-the-cuff reaction would be that it's not a direct association of value associated with the property. I'm not sure that it would change our, based on what you said, I'm not sure it would change our evaluation or the criteria.
Other questions for staff? Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your clarification, Clint. Is the swimming pool and exterior landscape included within the designation? Are they originals to the property?
Through the chair, I don't know if the swimming pool was or was not original. In fact, I was unable to access the back of the property, so you'll notice that the photos for the back of the property were from an old real estate listing from 5 years ago. It's not known to me if the pool exists, so I didn't list the pool.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Clint, but maybe just wait because we often like to go back and forth. Or is there discussion amongst ourselves? Alex.
Yes, I'd just like to point out that this has been a source of concern for the panel for a number of years. At one point, it was threatened with severance into 3 different lots. And I think it's very commendable that the current owners have decided to repair the house. It's been rather a long, rocky road. We have been looking at the house in a long stage of renovation. At one point, we were wondering what, in fact, was happening to it. So, in spite of the fact that 3 of the original houses have been demolished, we at least have 4 of them now still extant in this rather interesting exclusive enclave just south of 401. Unfortunately, I think that since the brick is a bit of a feature of the house, that it's been painted, and I assume that it probably will continue to be covered with paint, but I guess we can't do anything about that. So when we it was also nominated by a local ratepayers group, which I think is good also to have involvement of the local community. So I would certainly support this designation. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Other points of discussion? Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going back to the aerospace comments, I went digging and pulled up my research. It was Larry Denham Clark who lived there, and he was a very key figure with de Havilland Canada, which for the next item coming up, I think there's quite a connection there as we're looking at the de Havilland plant in the next item on our agenda today. And it was his company SPAR, S-P-A-R, that designed the Canada Arm, a major element within Canadian space industry and aerospace engineering. And I dare say that that would be worth warranting inclusion on the associative value. And they're wondering if potentially there's an opportunity here to encourage further research into the Clarks and their connection to both Canada's aerospace engineering and this property through a motion.
Is there other discussion, or what's your way forward, Adam, just so...
Would I be allowed to make a motion to request that further research be conducted on that?
Yes, but have you sent it? You need to send it to clerks.
I will send it to clerks. I will respectfully ask that we hold the item pending that motion being sent.
Sure will. We'll hold that item. Okay, tabling this one for the moment. Let's move on to PB 33.3. Welcome, Gary and Liz.
Good morning. You can hear me okay? Yeah? My name is Gary Miedema, and I'm a project manager with Heritage Planning, and I'm here with Liz McFarland, a senior heritage planner, to present this report recommending that City Council include buildings at 123 Garratt Boulevard on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register for their cultural heritage value and interest according to the listing statement found in attachment 1 of the report. And I also want to acknowledge Clint Robertson for his role in shaping this listing statement. Subject property at, next slide, please. Thank you. Subject property at 123 Garratt Boulevard contains a former aircraft manufacturing complex located in the southwestern portion of the Downsview Area Secondary Plan. It's located west of Allen Road, east of the Barrie GO rail line, also known as the GO Transit Newmarket subdivision line, and north of the Ancaster residential neighborhood. A location map and current photographs of the buildings that form the subject of this report are found in attachment 1. The listing statement for the Downsview Aerospace Complex is the result of a collaborative approach with both the owner, Northcrest Developments, and their heritage consultant, ERA Architects, and was supported and informed by extensive reports and research conducted over the past decade, including a cultural heritage resource assessment in 2021 and a heritage impact statement 2022, both prepared by ERA Architects. The listing statement reflects the unique context of the planning process for the redevelopment of the Downsview lands, including the condition of a singular large property parcel which includes multiple cultural heritage resources under a single property address. So the present listing statement identifies specific buildings on the property at 123 Garratt Boulevard as having cultural heritage value and identifies attributes for those buildings.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. The property at 123 Garratt Boulevard has cultural heritage value as it meets the following criteria under Ontario Regulation 906 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The built form within the subject property is valued as a representative example of a former aircraft manufacturing complex comprised of interrelated facilities, including hangars, offices, and warehousing situated adjacent to the historic taxiway that evolved as aircraft production demand changed over time. The complex includes multiple buildings with a unifying material palette of brick and metal cladding that showcase a range of purpose-built features developed for aircraft manufacturing and testing purposes. Contextually, the subject property is valued for its role in defining, maintaining, and supporting the historic character of Downsview as an important site of aircraft manufacturing, military operations, and government stewardship over the course of the 20th century. The subject property is also physically, functionally, visually, and historically linked to its surroundings as a former 20th century aircraft manufacturing complex. Slide, please. This connection pertains to components of the facility built in the early 1950s through the 1980s, which are important components of the unique collection of significant industrial structures that represent the development of the site for aircraft production and aerospace innovation. Slide, please. The subject property is valued for its association with the themes of aviation history in Canada and the aerospace industry's impact on the Canadian economy, as well as with well-known aircraft manufacturers and production lines over time, including the innovative development of STOL technology, that's short takeoff and landing, and STEM technology, and the purchase of DHC by the Canadian government in 1974 to produce the Dash 7. The subject property is also valued for its association with the de Havilland Aircraft Company of Canada, or DHC, who occupied the site from 1952 through the 1980s. DHC was founded in 1928 as a Canadian subsidiary of the English aircraft manufacturer and the following year established a permanent production facility southeast of Keele Street and Shepherd Avenue West in the farming community of Downsview. Following a period of nationalization during World War II, de Havilland returned to private ownership and produced commercial aircraft, launching the DC-H-2 Beaver as a new STOL aircraft that became an iconic Canadian bush plane. In the early 1950s, de Havilland relocated to the subject property at 123 Garratt Boulevard, a purpose-built manufacturing complex at the south end of the airfield, where it resumed its innovations in aviation. The subject property is also valued for its association with Bombardier, who occupied the site since 1992 and whose reuse and expansion of the complex continued the legacy of Canadian aircraft manufacturing at this location. So here we see the buff brick-clad three-story administration building, which is the historic entrance to the complex, with this center portion having been completed in 1953. On the right is an image of a federal plaque located near the main entrance of this building. Since 1952, the aforementioned DHC-2 Beaver, an iconic Canadian bush plane that first took flight in 1947, was manufactured at the subject property. The national significance of the plane was commemorated as a national historic event in 1974. Slide, please. So once this set of shared values was defined for the entire complex, we then identified as heritage attributes the structures within the complex that support those values. The administration building that we just saw on the previous slide was one of those structures, and I'll just quickly introduce the others. So in this slide is the structure known as Bays 1 to 5. Bays 1 to 4 form part of the original 1950s buildings within the Downsview Aerospace Complex, having been completed in 1953, and Bay 5 completed in 1969. Indicative of the aircraft hangar typology, the bays are valued for their massive form, overhead doors, and full-height interior spaces with exposed open-span steel trusswork at the ceiling level designed to accommodate fully assembled airplanes. Slide, please. Okay, here we see Bay 12. Along with Bays 1 to 5, Bay 12 completes the collection of earliest aircraft hangars at the former aerospace complex. Built in 1952, it is the oldest of the hangars on the site, where it is located just south of the former taxiway. The structure is comprised of an open hangar with two full-height bays on the interior, accessed by aircraft via two large openings with telescoping doors along its south elevation. Additions to the building over time include a two-story addition on the west elevation in 1955 and the buff color brick two-story addition on the north elevation in 1966 to 68. Slide, please. This is the Superstore, which is also one of the earliest buildings associated with the aircraft manufacturing process at this site, with the earliest portion completed in 1953, and the building later extended in 1968 and again in 1979. In keeping with the overarching values of the complex, the Superstore maintains the site's industrial aesthetic of its buff color brick cladding and full-height interior space, pardon me, with exposed clear span steel trusses at the ceiling level that enable the interior to be unencumbered by structural supports. Slide, please. And finally, this structure is known as Bays 7 to 10, was built in 1979 to 1980 and was generally used for assembly in the aircraft manufacturing process. Each of the adjoining four bays are long, rectangular, flat-roofed aircraft hangar-type structures with sets of telescoping doors on the east, south, and west elevations. As aircraft manufacturing production demand increased over the decades since the early 1950s, and the development and launch of a new generation of aircraft models in the late 1970s and 1980s with the Dash 7 and Dash 7-8 occurred, and which took place in this structure, Bays 7 to 10 are valued for their role in the evolution of the former Downsview Aerospace Complex over time as a significant site of Canadian aircraft production and aerospace innovation for over 70 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're now moving into questions of staff. Adam, and then
Thank
Jeff.
you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. It's wonderful to see some of our aerospace history included within these destination or listing reports. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit more about those interior elements, such as the steel trusses and any other interior elements included in this report, and whether the visibility of said interior elements is included as part of the attribute. That being said, if hypothetically there is a redevelopment of this project, do they have to keep trusses visible and the other interior elements visible as part of this this process?
So, Adam, I'd start to say that this is a listing report. So what that means, of course, is that if there is an application for demolition on the site, staff would review that, but this is a listing report, so any permits regarded to changing the interiors would not be reviewed by staff. This was an attempt to identify those attributes kind of early and through the planning process so that the planning process could take those into consideration. With regards to the visibility, those elements are currently visible. So the structure of those hangars is a part of the experience of kind of entering those very large, very expansive interior spaces.
Jeff, you had a question.
Yes, I do note that there was a letter of opposition from Goodman's on behalf of the owner, PSPIB, and the developer, the North Crest Development. I'm wondering, just to summarize their opposition, it was in regard to inclusion in the listing of later editions, not just the original. And then secondly, the interiors, which Adam mentioned, and thirdly, the buildings, the bays 7 to 10, which apparently there wasn't the same amount of heritage value there. I'm just wondering, I don't see anybody here from Goodman's or from ERA. In opposition this morning, but what is the staff? The staff is, I assume, is continuing to propose what is in the staff report, regardless of the opposition from the owner and the developer.
Yes. So thanks for the question, Jeff, and through the chair. This listing statement is the result of a long and collaborative process with many conversations that brought us to this day. Collaboration does not mean consensus, so this is staff bringing forward our recommendations based on the research and informed by the conversations that we had, particularly with the ERA architects over a significant period of time. Our perspective on bays 7 to 10 was shared early in the process and is certainly known, and our perspective on the additions is also known. And I would speak specifically to bays 7 to 10 to note that there was staff's position on this is that this is a aircraft, as Liz has said very well, this is an aircraft manufacturing complex that has evolved. It has not been static since 1953, 54, 55, when it was originally built. And staff believe that values related to this site extend beyond the original buildings and that original moment of construction and pertain to the evolved nature of the site, which means that additions and on the site over the years were all carefully considered by staff in conversation through this collaborative process to try to understand how those additions and elements of the site related back to those cultural heritage values, which again Liz expressed very clearly. And I think the result before you are staff's recommendations after that really thorough process to bring these forward for council's consideration.
Are there other questions of staff? Alex and then Adam.
Yes, Gary, I certainly agree with the approach you're taking in that the entire area be listed. And I think the objections from the owner sound like the sort of objections you would get at the designation point in the procedure. Now, am I correct in stating that because the development site is coming to council, I believe it's this week, that designation is not going to be an option in the future for these property? Is that correct?
Mary, do you want to? Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair. Right now, we're taking this step by step. So we're working within the planning process, and certainly designation would be an option at an appropriate time in the future. But we're trying to help to guide the next steps and to allow for, as we understand it, the individual buildings themselves will be leased. And so we would expect to work with a leaseholder on any changes that would be sought for that building, just as we would in any other project.
Yes, thank you very much. That clarifies the matter.
And then I think it was Adam, you had another question? You're muted, Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had 2 or 3 other, hopefully really brief questions, just pertaining to some procedural elements and some clarification. And thank you, staff, and thank you, Alex, for your previous comments and clarification. Could staff kindly clarify the current use of this complex? Is it still for aircraft manufacturing, or has it evolved to a different use?
Hi, can you hear me okay? Yeah. Through the chair, Adam, to our knowledge, it's our understanding through the heritage consultants that Bombardier closed and has no longer been operating from the site since March of 2024.
Next question, Adam? And then Jeff.
Thank you. So is the site currently sitting vacant and in disuse, or has there been a use since March 2024?
I would simply point you to the website with lots of information about events and things that are happening on the site, and I think you can find lots of information there.
Okay.
Jeff.
The Goodman's report references constraints on the city's authority to designate lands within the district. And there was reference in Gary's response earlier. Just wondering what is meant by that, the constraint on the city's authority to designate.
Through the chair, I am sorry, I was dealing with something while Gary was speaking. Gary, can you repeat what it was you said so that I can clarify what Jeff is asking about? Or Jeff can clarify? Sorry about that.
Jeff could clarify.
Multitasking?
I'm not sure I addressed designation. Could you ask your question again, Jeff?
Well, it's a statement. We should be asking, I guess, the lawyers who were not present what they meant. But their letter refers to constraints on the city's authority to designate lands within the district. I'm just wondering, is it a matter of ownership? If the lands are owned by a federal pension plan, that's not exactly the same as the federal government owning them, I wouldn't have thought. but maybe that's what they're referring to. I don't know. I'm just wondering. In fact, we should be asking not you, but the owner, but they're not here. So.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Jeff, for making that clear for me. The current owners haven't explained that there is a constraint, and so we're not going to assume there is one. Should they wish to assert one under any scenario, there's no reason to talk about that right now. We're working collaboratively with them, and we're moving forward with the listing, which we could do regardless of the ownership situation on the property. So it would be for them to state that.
Other questions? Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, staff, for your clarification so far. As this is a listing report, I note that there are interior elements included. That seems relatively atypical. Are there other examples that we've had where interior elements have been listed as part of or included in a listing report? And I'm wondering if staff could also kindly clarify their earlier comments around if there are requested alterations to a listed property and its interior elements, they are not reviewed unless the property is designated. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, that's correct, Adam. The listing has the function of advising the things that the city at this time considers to be significant on the property, but other building permits and other things would come in and not be reviewed because they would be building permits. And so our intention really is to, as we understand it, the property, the various buildings on the property are going to be part of the economic generators for the site. And I think generally we understand that they will be coming through a site plan process. Listing, the key here for us is that listing will make an HIA necessary within any next phases of the planning process. And so we're staging our work at this time. So NHIA would be based on our listing report, and other decisions would follow. We're trying to move forward all together in this project and kind of make choices in the future as things happen.
Other questions? Seeing none, we move into discussion amongst ourselves. Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fear this is a situation where one of these gray zones where we have this wonderful initiative by staff to include these elements in a listing report, but we have this gray zone within city policies where the owner could then subsequently apply for a building permit in the interim and remove said interior elements. And I hope we don't see that, but I do want to thank staff for the detailed research on this site. And I also just want to note on a broader Canadian aerospace note that the past two items have had connections to the aerospace industry. We also just had the recent death of Dr. Adele Buckley, a very influential person in Canada's aerospace industry, the first woman in Canada to get a PhD in aerospace, and someone I had the fortune to know over the past few years. So I just want to note that on the topic of Canada's aerospace history.
Thank you, Adam. Other points of discussion? Seeing none, I have a staff report with recommendations before me. Jeff moves the report. All those in favor, can you raise your hand? And because it's a recorded vote, I'm going to read out your names, and that's how we'll do it. So if you're in favor, we've got Paul, Adam, Jeff, Katerina, Mitchell, Wendy, Matthew, Alex, and Julia. Motion carries. Yes, it was unanimous. And we can welcome Peter back as we move on to PB 33.4, 2 Old George Place. And welcome to the floor, Amir.
Just testing my mic. You guys can hear me? All right. Well, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Amir Nisan. I am a planner with our development review team here in Heritage Planning. And before you is item PB 33.4 regarding 2 Old George Place alterations to a designated property in the North Rosedale Heritage Conservation District, for which staff are recommending refusal. Next slide, please. Thank you. On this slide, you can see the subject property highlighted in red. 2 Old George Place is located within the North Rosedale Heritage Conservation District in the cul-de-sac of Old George Place. Next slide, please. This slide shows the property's principal north elevation on the left, as seen from the streetscape of Old George Place. The original one-story building was constructed in 1968 in a modernist style, with a later second-story addition significantly stepped back from the front wall of the original building. The image on the right shows the proposed massing diagram of the proposal for the subject property. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing second story and construct a new 2-story addition with a semicircular apse and a projecting pitched roof on top of the existing first story. The result is a 3-story building with a pitched roof and clear story windows that will project above the 3rd-story addition approximately 1.9 meters. Next slide, please. Thank you. This image displays the existing context of Old George Place, with 2 Old George in the center, 3 Old George on the left, and 1 Old George on the right. Now, it's important to note that Old George Place was one of the last developed areas in North Rosedale, where the George estate was subdivided into several properties and developed in the 1960s, with all the homes completed in either a modern or postmodern architectural style. The North Rosedale HCD plan specifically includes statements of important heritage character that apply directly to this streetscape. It particularly acknowledges how many of these lots have striking aspects on the ravine, which were designed to maximize the ravine edge topography. Now, it's important to highlight this because the results are these buildings that we see here that have a unique and defined form, which evidently establish this low enclave ethos within the existing streetscape. And it's evident through this contextual image of Old George Place that these homes have an apparent height of 1 to 2 stories and flat roof forms when viewed from the street. This is the context of the existing streetscape, and it is what staff must consider when reviewing the application in relation to the policies and guidelines of the North Rosedale HCD plan. Next slide, please. Thank you. The image on the right displays a proposed rendering of the addition, and as noted before, the applicant is proposing to construct a new 2-story addition with a semicircular apse and a projecting pitch roof on top of the existing 1st story. The result is a 3-story building with a pitched roof that will project above the 3rd-story addition. The new 2nd story is proposed to be flush with the existing front facade, and as shown in the rendering provided, the applicant is also proposing to install stone posts connected by stone lintels at the 3rd story, which will also be flush with the front and side facades and will extend rearward to the top of the 3rd-story addition where the pitched roof begins. Next slide, please. Thank you. This slide shows the proposed sectional on the left and the proposed front elevation on the right. Staff are the opinion that the proposed height, design, and absence of appropriate step backs of the 2-story addition adds to the visual perception of the new massing, and the result is a 3-story building that does not comply with the relevant policy in the North Rosedale HCD plan, which requires that the roof profile or the roof parapet be designed so that the apparent height and form of the roof is compatible with that of the streetscape. And as previously noted, Old George Place is a unique streetscape with an established low profile character and form. The proposed design and massing of the 3-story building with the projecting pitch roof is not compatible with the existing streetscape of Old George Place, which consists of low profile homes with an apparent height of 1 to 2 stories and flat roof forms when viewed from the street. Next slide, please. And this is the last slide. On the left is the proposed side west elevation, and on the right is the proposed side east elevation. These elevations show the proposed step back, massing, and design of the 2-story addition, resulting in a 3-story building with a projecting pitched roof. The applicant also proposes to incorporate a metal cladding for the proposed roof, material that hasn't been demonstrated to be present or compatible with heritage-rated buildings in the district, and as such, does not comply with the relevant policy in the North Rosedale HC plan, which requires that alterations and additions to unrated buildings be designed so that they are compatible with heritage buildings in terms of materiality. And so heritage planning staff are therefore of the opinion that the two-story addition to the designated property at 2 Old George Place does not comply with the policies, guidelines, nor intent of the North Rosedale HCD plan and the official plan, which states heritage conservation districts should be managed and conserved by approving only alterations and additions in accordance with the respective heritage conservation district plan. And so for the reasons outlined in this presentation and in the staff report, staff are recommending that permission under Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act be refused. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amir. We have a number of speakers on this item, and I note that 4 are from WND Associates. The first is Sean McGaffey.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Chair and members of the panel. Just to clarify that one item there.
Just hold on a second, Sean. If you've got 5 minutes to speak, and I will let you know when you're done, close to being done, okay?
Sir, just one point of clarification, if I may. The other speakers are not actually members of WND Associates, but they are with the architect responsible for the project, as well as the owner. So I did submit presentation materials. I'm not sure if staff are able to pull those up for me. But I did want to take a moment to note that this has been a long process with staff over a year in the making to get to this point here.
Excuse me, Sean. If you submitted presentation materials, we can give you screen sharing. Do you want to do the presentation that you have?
Yes, please. That would be great.
Okay, so let's just give it a moment here, and we'll get that all running.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may ask that Mr. McGaffey also adjust his microphone. There's some distortion on the line.
Thank you, Adam.
Apologize for that, Mr. Wynn. I'll try and lean in here, and hopefully that clarifies it a little bit better.
That's much better. Thank you.
All right.
So
5 minutes.
I hope you can. Thank you. So I want to just take you through sort of our theory behind the proposal here, working with the architect and the owner. You heard from Heritage Preservation staff about the sort of character of Old George Place, but I did want to take a minute to review some aerial photography we conducted last week. Old George Place is a cul-de-sac off of Roxborough Road. And I think we disagree that there is a unified architectural character as referenced in the staff report. For example, you can see there are examples of significant massing built into the ravine. There are modern houses, and there are some of the best examples of modern houses, notably Fraser House, which is number 4 there, built down into the ravine. This slide gives you an overview of sort of the scale of massing that's present in the 2 adjacent buildings at 1 Old George and number 3 Old George. Number 3 Old George underwent substantial renovations in probably fairly recently, within the last decade or so. It was a John Parkin house that was substantially altered. Here we are looking sort of south towards Old George Place, and I got 37 slides here, so I'm gonna go relatively quickly. But here, looking at, again, the scale of the massing along the street of Old George Place, you see number 1 down in the corner, number 2 there, obstructed by a large amount of vegetation, and number 3, which is a substantial dwelling again. Just an overview of the timeline of sort of where things have begun. June 2024 is when things sort of kicked off with the project. And reviewing a really iterative design process with heritage staff, as well as outside consultants that we were advised to meet with by heritage staff. We thought we were in a good place in late March, and proceeding with an application. We were asked to submit formal application materials, and now we're before you today asking ultimately for you to either refuse the staff recommendations or to send the proposal without recommendations to city council. You heard about the streetscape as identified in the North Rosedale HCD plan. There are some points I think we wanted to just reiterate, is that with respect to the ravine lands, which is a large area of the overall HCD, there are some key points that the majority of the architecture is above average scale, size, and architectural articulation. In terms of materials and details, the mood is qualities of heaviness, stowed permanence predominate, abundance of thick brick and stone masonry, And a really key point in the materials and detailing is that soffits and eaves are of inconsistent heights. Roof lines are varied, gabled, and often highly dramatic and picturesque. And I think you'll see an example of that on Old George Place as we turn to some of the other slides. But one of the real character pieces of the ravine lands that we've taken to heart in this project is that the topography presented an opportunity for architectural drama, and that modernist architects of the 60s pursued it with aplomb. It was something to be sort of celebrated and encouraged. And when we get to the actual sort of defined streetscape character elements of the ravine lands, there are a number that are reflected within this proposal, in our opinion. Notably, the varied and asymmetrical elevations, contemporary mix of interwar and modern styles in the ravines, and we'll see an example of the Mackenzie Waters House later in this presentation along Roxborough. And its dwelling height and scale of large proportions, and it's grander than average scale. And notably, front, side, and rear dwelling setbacks vary, but they're larger than average. And we'll see that on the plans reflected momentarily. Front yards are characterized by strong vegetation and large trees, all of which are to be preserved as part of this proposal. And in fact, portions of the 2002 addition to the building are actually being removed and opened up to restore some of those lost views to the ravine from the public realm. And again, we see the reference to quality stonework, strong and brick masonry with classicized detailing. As you've seen in the staff report, the building is unrated. It's next to the #1 Old George, which is also unrated. #3 was an A-rated building that underwent significant alteration, and then Fraser
30 seconds.
House. Sorry. So here's the guidelines. Here's #4 Old George, Fraser House. I mean, we disagree that this is a unified architectural character with flat roofs. It's one of the best examples of modernist architecture in the country. #3 Old George, which underwent significant renovation. #1 Old George. And then I'm just going to turn to the massing diagram here to end off. But really, here is what the zoning sort of contemplates for the site: a height of 11 meters, dormer, roof eaves at 8.5 meters. And here's how we've sort of masked the building to drop that height down. The overall height is 9.1 meters.
Thank you very much, sir. Your time is past.
I'll leave it on this slide, and thank you.
Thank
Happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for this speaker? Do them one at a time. Actually, you know what? I think what we're going to do is, we'll do the questions now. I think it's just easier with the number that we have. Adam? You're muted, Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McGaffey, is this site under any TRCA restrictions?
Yes, thank you for the question. I wasn't able to get to that in the presentation here, but yes, it is under TRCA regulation, and therefore we can only build within the existing footprint. There is no extension towards the rear of the ravine. The long-term stable top of slope essentially follows the foundation wall along the rear. And the idea, I mean, if I can put it to you, is almost a waterbed approach as opposed to squishing down and filling out the box to the side lot lines. We have substantial side yard setbacks that are sort of popping the massing up into that apse feature, which we think is a strong balance of things like opening views from the public realm, privacy for adjacent dwellings, and overlook. But I won't blather on about that.
Other questions for this speaker? Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How does this site topography relate or is different to the neighboring properties? I know you had topographical diagrams showing the ravine, the changes and alteration of the site. Is this similar or different to the neighbors?
I would say this property is, you saw in the context map provided by staff, it's a relatively small property in the context of Old George. #4, also to start clockwise, #4 Old George, which is the Fraser House, is built almost entirely below the top of bank. #3 Old George provides a 1-story that steps up to 2-story and steps down to a nearly 4-story expression built into the ravine. One Old George is situated sort of also on the top of bank and extends down into the ravine to the east as well. We did, in the streetscape photos that were provided by Mr. Bootsma, you will see the relationship of number 1 Old George. It basically provides its predominant entrance, or its facade is viewable from Roxborough Road as opposed to Old George. So this house does not extend down into the ravine. I could wax prophetically about sort of the idea of how those TRCA regulations interface with architecture in a modern context, but the simple reality is that that ability to extend into the ravine and terrace the building down are simply not available or supportable under modern planning regulations.
Are there other questions at this point? Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, the site that we're dealing with in this application is a much smaller footprint to the neighbors, and it's perched at the top of the ravine rather than extending down into the ravine. So smaller footprint size and on the top of the bank versus larger footprint size and extending down that we see on the neighbors.
That's correct. And I would clarify that there's one sort of portion of the building that does have a walkout to an existing stone patio in the rear. But again, working in tandem with TRCA and the geotechnical requirements of the site, that's the intent, is building up rather than out, if I could put it that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, we have, thank you very much for your time today, Mr. McGaffey. We're moving on to Sarah Richardson, who I think is online.
Hi, I'm here.
Good, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I would like to share my screen. It says that the browser doesn't support sharing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're working on it on our side of things. You should be
okay. Thank you.
So you've been granted sharing rights. So if it's a browser issue, that'll be on your side of things.
Switch the desktop. Use okay. Can you move to another speaker and I'll change browsers and come back? I wasn't able to test this because it wouldn't let me share before.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. Thank you for your patience. We love technology here in the hybrid world. All right, Michael Bootsma, welcome. And just a point of clarification, we also have Edward B. Jones and Charles Armstrong. Are they speaking as well, or are you all together answering questions and you're giving the presentation? Okay.
I'd hoped to yield his time to Sean, but I don't know if that's unavailable. No.
Not possible, but thank you very much. Okay, just to make sure I've got everything straight. Thank you very much. You've got 5 minutes.
Madam Chair and members of the board and Heritage staff for coming on this inter-holiday Monday. And also thanks to Sean for presenting some of the extensive work that we've done to set this project in its context. I'm going to basically introduce how we came to the proposal. My name is Michael Bootsma. I'm an architect and adjunct professor at the University of Waterloo, and I have the pleasure of working again with Edward Jones, at whose offices I interned in London and partnered with for holiday residences on Georgian Bay for our client, Charles Armstrong, the owner of 2 Old George Place. Charles is a longtime resident of the North Rosedale neighborhood. Prior to purchasing 2 Old George, he lived at 61 Highland Avenue for over 3 decades. He has a deep appreciation for architecture evidenced in the care he has taken in building, restoring, and maintaining the residences of various architectural styles and eras that he's lived in. Our early discussions, of course, considered the potential of demolishing this unrated house in its entirety, all of us very familiar with the complexity of renovation. However, Charles had no desire for sweeping erasure or material waste, and instead has chosen to retain almost the entirety of the existing structure. And I should note, we're not demolishing the second floor in its entirety, it's being majority retained. And including retaining all of the existing street-facing brick of the original building, all of the existing, second story, and to build on the themes and organization of the original Grierson design, as Edward will elaborate. Our proposal for 2 Old George aims to create living space for Charles' family and in the future live-in care workers, transforming an essentially one-bedroom house with guest suite into a family home, to provide universal access to all floors, to install an at-home office and studio to address his ongoing business and personal endeavors, to retain and enhance the features of the natural landscape, harmonizing the relationship of the building with the wooded ravine, to reconcile the disparate architectural characters imposed on the building since its original construction, and to respond to the immediate context. Our intention is to make 2 Old George a long-lasting building that the owner and his family can enjoy for generations to come, and where they can age in place with dignity. Charles has a record of a high standard of quality not only in his business, but in the works of architecture that he has had the opportunity to develop and restore. There should be no doubt that this project aims to achieve the same high standard and set an example of private stewardship of Toronto's cultural and environmental heritage. In the package we submitted, we've also included a PDF with photos of houses in the immediate context for the board's reference, which speak to the eclectic styles, heights, and massing of the immediate streets that we've contextualized our building within, and show 1, 2, and 3-story houses existing quite amicably side by side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Michael? Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Michael, for your reputation. I'm wondering if you could kindly clarify the current height of the building versus the proposed height, and I do have a follow-up question once we have those 2 numbers.
Sure. The current height at the 2nd story is 6.7 meters, I believe, and we are proposing 9.1 meters at the majority of the 3rd story, rising only at the center to 11 meters, all of which are within zoning regulation. And the existing 6.7 meters is retained at the front of the terrace, and it steps down at either side to about 3.25, 3 point something meters, which is the existing height of the original brick.
Other questions? Adam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you kindly clarify with those numbers, the 9.1 and the 11 meters there, the line of sight as it pertains to adjacent properties of the HDD as a whole and also the ravine? I want to acknowledge that, of course, increased accessibility is very important, and I'm wondering if that element on the top there, and I dare say it resembles a Gulag watchtower, but whatever the figure on the top there is it going to be impacting adjacent properties or line of sight? And what is the purpose? Is it an observation deck, a mechanical penthouse? What is it?
I'm not quite sure I followed all of that. The figure at the top, are you referring to the pitched roof or the circle?
It resembles a watchtower on the top.
A watchtower.
It's the semicircular thing.
Semicircular. Oh, okay, so that's that's what we refer to as the apse, which the report notes. Heritage report notes steps back 1.5 meters from the front, but neglects to note that it recedes even further to about 4 meters on either side. That area is for the client's study and business concerns, essentially, a place to operate his business while at home. And the second part of your question?
It pertains to line of sight.
Line of sight, okay.
Will that have a significant impact on line of sight for adjacent properties, for the ravine, for the HTD as a whole? Will this be visible on, say, adjacent Roxborough Drive or adjacent properties, or will it be out of sight?
There are, there are glimpses.
It's almost doubling the height of the building.
Yeah, no, there are glimpses of the property as it exists, and there will be glimpses of it as it is proposed, setting slightly above 1 Old George, but the view of 1 Old George predominates. It's a much larger mass in front, and due to perspective, 2 Old George recedes and is overshadowed by that. From adjacent properties, yes, there will be some impact, but we've stepped it back significantly. We're not building to the lot line, anywhere near the lot line, and the spaces that face onto the lot line are service spaces. The study is shrouded in the pergola structure, the posts, stone posts and lintels that the Heritage report calls out, which are proposed to be planted to respond to the ravine vegetation and provide a sort of parallax view of the apse that changes as you move across the street.
Thank you. Other questions for your speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today, Michael.
Thank you.
Ms. Richardson, are you able to present?
I sure hope I am.
Let's see.
Thank you for your patience. I'm going to try sharing my screen now. Yes, sharing. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I promise I will keep it to time as soon as this works. Is it showing as sharing now? Is it at all possible? I've already linked my presentation to your host. Would it be possible for them to put up the slides and I could speak to them?
We can do that. So if you send your presentation into hertpb at toronto.ca, we can make that so.
Madam Chair and members of the board, I do not mean to waste your time today, and I guarantee I will
It happens.
make this
This
as
is
easy as possible.
It happens. Let's not get too fussed over these. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, though, while we
Attaching
get all
it now.
this sorted
Thank
up.
you. Yep.
Edward Jones. Edward? Charles?
Yes.
Hello. You intend to speak, Charles, and have a presentation?
Yes, I would go after Edward does, though, or...
You would prefer to go after Edward? That's fine.
Yeah.
So is Edward
Or-
around?
Or defer my time, I think, more productively to Sean.
Unfortunately, we can't. There is no deferral of time.
Oh, okay.
Edward, if you're there, can you
So-
turn on your camera, please? And you can make your presentation? Okay, let's go back to Ms. Richardson.
Madam Chair, did staff accidentally take away Mr. Jones's presentation capabilities at the start when he was on camera? I'm wondering if he might be sitting there trying to unmute himself and unable to.
No, we've got it handled. There's always just a few hiccups, and we're running through them.
thank
Okay,
you.
but thank you though, Adam. I think we'll go back because I think Ms. Richardson is ready to go on our side.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. If we could start the presentation, please. My name is Sarah Richardson, and my husband and I have lived at number 1 Old George Place for 24 years. Next slide, please. I've taken the liberty of stitching together images just to show you what our current streetscape looks like. And from a heritage report, it says Old George Place, which is located within a cul-de-sac that has tight, unified architectural character defined by its modest scale, modernist styles, and low-profile homes. Old George Place maintains a unique and cohesive character, scale, and form. This is very relevant. Next slide, please. When this street was developed, as you've already heard, it was one of the last developments in Rosedale. In 1957, Douglas Crashley created a covenant that spanned 40 years. Unfortunately, it expired in 1997, but I'd just like to draw your attention to one relevant clause, which says no dwelling house shall be erected on any lot which shall have its highest point higher than 25 feet above the level of the crown of the street upon which such lot abuts. This is relevant. Next slide, please. Here's the proposed redevelopment of number 2. I'd just like to, I know we were talking about, the architect was talking in meters. This structure will rise over 46 feet from the garage floor to the roof. This is a huge mass that is completely incongruous with anything else on our established streetscape cul-de-sac. Next slide, please. The guidelines for the new buildings, alterations, and additions to unrated buildings say that new buildings and alterations should be designed to be compatible with the heritage buildings in terms of their scale, massing, height, setback, entry level, materials, and fenestration. And this is a street view supplied by the applicant. And I'd just like to show you, my house sits on the right side at number 1 Old George. You can barely see it from the streetscape. And there shows how much higher number 2 will sit. Next slide, please. I just also wanted to show you, this is the proposed altered streetscape view. I'm hearing other people talking. Is it possible to
Yeah,
mute?
we're just getting them muted. Just give it a second.
So it does say that the roof profile and the location. I don't like it.
Don't worry, this won't count against your time. We're going to pause for a few seconds as we get this done. We're just going to have all the technical difficulties now. We're going to get them all out of the way.
And why not do it while you have a TV personality present? It's perfect. Things always go wrong. The roof profile and the location of the eaves should be designed so the apparent height and form of the roof is compatible with that of the streetscape. I'd just like to show you that the proposal for number 2 is incongruous with our established streetscape height, and the form of the roof bears no resemblance to or any compatibility with the mid-century architectural standards. If we could move to the next slide. We do have a history of preserving heritage on our street. There was an application in 2008 for number 3 Old George Place, and the decision of the city was that it mentioned that the street facade reinforces the private character of the street, displaying garages, landscaping walls, and largely blank walls to the local pedestrian. And I would like to mention that Mr. Bootsma said that my house at number 1 had the biggest mass on the street, not from the streetscape of Old George Place. All of the intention of this street is designed so that the massing goes to the ravine, and none of the neighbors are complaining about the ravine scape. We are talking about the streetscape, and I think that is a very important point. If we could move to the next slide, please. In 2008, the staff report said that the proposed changes should not be visually overwhelming to the building, and every aspect of the proposal at number 2 Old George Place is visually overwhelming. And it also cited the importance of discrete volumes that are low, horizontal, partially hidden, and receding into nature. This is what makes our street coveted and extraordinarily unique and special. If we could move to the next slide, please. In the relevant policy, it says that new buildings and alterations should be designed to be compatible. I'd like to show you, this is the streetscape view of my house at number 1 Old George, from Old George Place on the left. And once you get inside my gate behind those trees, this is how tall my house is at 1 Old George Place. Next slide, please.
It's off me. Should be.
The applicant has also tried to use the examples of relevant streetscape from a street nearby. And I think we can all agree that there is nothing about the character of these homes that resembles the character of Old George Place. Final slide, please. I'd like to take the moment to read a letter which has been signed by all 3 of the directly impacted neighbors who share a border with the applicant.
30 seconds.
Okay, as directly impacted residents of the proposed redevelopment of 2 Old George Place, we believe the plans submitted to the city for approval are not aligned with the interests of preserving the heritage character of the significant and unique streetscape of the enclave of 4 modern homes on Old George Place. They are not aligned with the extensive alterations proposed in the redevelopment of number 2, the redevelopment of this home with significant height and massing increases that will rise far above any structure on the street is not compatible with the architecture of our established streetscape defined by the low, horizontal, partially hidden character of the existing homes that recede into nature, and as direct neighbors, we are all opposed to this plan, and I have signatures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and bearing with some technical issues. Right now, though, we'll open up to questions for Ms. Richardson. And if it could just be my board members on screen at the moment, please. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much for your time today and bearing with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We're moving on now to Edward Jones. Now you can turn your camera on, and I think we've got a presentation.
Hello.
Hello, you've got 5 minutes.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Edward Jones, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you from London that is warmer than the Barbados presently. We have a great heat wave here. And to support our design for our client Charles Armstrong's house in North Rosedale. A bit of background. Charles has been my client when I was previously practicing in the 1980s in Toronto. This resulted in his headquarters building for S.A. Armstrong in Scarborough of 1987. And more recently, holiday residences in Georgian Bay and Lake Simcoe. His property on Old George Place also has an unexpected connection. In the early 1970s, I met Bill Grierson when teaching at U of T Architecture. To be presented, therefore, with his Baroque entrance sequence leading to a splendid double-height salon by others, I think in 2000, with views of the ravine and downtown Toronto, is maintained and, as far as I'm concerned, much admired. This has proved to be the genesis of our design. It might be said that this corner of North Rosedale, apart from its late Victorian and Edwardian architectural heritage, is also a repository of Toronto modern. Here at 234 Old George Place has houses by Bill Grierson, John Parkin, Ron Tom, and on Roxburgh Drive, distinguished works by Barton Myers and Krangenboek. And so our revisions to number 2, Old George Place, involves the following: setting the house back from the boundaries in the east to retain Grierson's original courtyard, and to the west in order to maintain public views to the ravine to the south. In both cases, to provide a reasonable distance from the adjoining neighbors. Secondly, the various stainless steel appendages have been removed and additional stone dressings have been introduced. This maintains a relatively sober but asymmetrical front elevation versus the more fully glazed and asymmetrical garden elevation to the south. And this maintains Grierson's division of facade into their relative different aspects to the ravine. Finally, the additional floor is set back from the public frontage. This provides an open landscape terrace under the canopy of the retained existing trees. This allows roofscape to settle into this verdant context as a house in the woods, quote unquote. It might be observed that this is much enhanced by the introduction of a pergola. Michael Bootsma worked in my London office on our plans for the revisions to the National Gallery in Trafalgar Square, and it is a pleasure to work with him again, in whom I have much confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Jones. Finally, we have Charles Armstrong. I know you said you had wished to cede your time, but do you wish to speak at all today, sir?
Yeah, yes, I will. If I can't cede my time to Sean, the planner, then I will refer to the document, which hopefully the committee has read. And it really, I think, addresses all the salient points of the intent of the historical district of Rosedale, as well as specifically the ravine lands. We've worked tirelessly, actually, over the last 12 months to deal with both the ravine restrictions that this lot has, as well as working with neighbors. I spoke personally to all 5 of our neighbors and went through the plans with them. And today, and at that time, they were on board with that plan. And today it seems to be represented as being something different than that. And I question the validity of that from my information. The project has been in with planning since August of 2024. In November, if you look at the timeline, in November of 24, we were asked to work with the person who had created the guidelines for the ravine lands in North Rosedale, David Witherton, who we worked with for some time to amend the plan and make a presentation of that plan, which he believed and had communicated to planning met the intent of the guidelines. So that we now kind of face a redefining of those guidelines to not represent a district or streetscape, but rather a 4-house roundabout that adjusts, connects with Roxborough Drive. I think we have to look beyond 2 neighboring houses and a third one on the roundabout, and look at the actual guidelines. And hopefully we're not rewriting the guidelines as we address these issues, but it would appear to me that we have to look beyond just 2 Old George Place and Old George Place. It really is about the streetscape. The streetscape extends not to one street, but to streets, and the district. And the guidelines are quite clear. They don't say that a street should all be 1 building height. It doesn't say that it can be 1 story or 3 stories. And in fact, it suggests that the character of the neighborhood is enhanced by a variety of housing. And Roxborough Drive, which adjoins Old George Place, needs to look beyond Old George Place. And you, as board members, I think need to understand the arguments in the paper that Sean has sent to you, and look at the interpretation of the guidelines. I'm quite clear in my own mind what they say. I was around and living on Highland Avenue for 40 years, actually, and a stone's throw from 2 Old George. I'm very, very familiar with the area and the variety and, quite frankly, diversity of architecture, of scale of houses, and of
30 seconds.
And a representation of the historical significance of those houses. So I encourage you really look at the guidelines and determine whether we're trying to create a precedent that we only look at neighboring houses and a small section of what the district report was all about. And I really thank you very much for attending on this Monday and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much, sir. Do we have questions for our speaker?
I have a question.
Adam. Ms. Richardson, I'm sorry, it's just for board asks questions of the speakers. But Mr. Wynne, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies. It took me a moment to get back on camera there. I know one of the previous speakers mentioned that accessibility and planning for the future in terms of having, live-in care, having family living with you is part of this design process. Could you speak a little bit more about, are there elements there that might be contributing to this increased height? Are you planning an elevator lift or some sort of mechanical penthouse that requires this additional height?
There is an elevator within the building and the new plan, and currently it's basically a one-bedroom house, two-bedroom house, and not appropriate for family living. And the whole area benefits from families. It has wonderful parks, wonderful schools. It's a way of actually providing a number of things for future use. One is for people like myself who may need in-home care, or for people who are disabled. It actually provides for sufficient space for children or visiting guests or caregivers. It actually opens up the use of the property to be really more in keeping than a bachelor pad on Old George Place. So I think there's many social benefits attached to this project as well that goes beyond whether the interpretation of 4 buildings on Old George represents the streetscape and
Thank you very much. Other questions for our speaker? Wendy.
And I hope that answers your.
Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe I missed the point, speaker. You mentioned that you have the discussions for the plan with your neighbors before this presented in this board. Could you please elaborate more about that? What were the discussions about that?
Well, the discussions were based on drawings and plans that existed at that time. I took those plans to each of the neighbors and went through those plans with them. There were 2 people who who I sent the plans to, but who didn't wish to object to anything that I was doing. The first person I went to see were Jane and Stephen Smith, who live in the Ron Tom house. And I went through the plans in detail with them, which they thought were fine. A couple of comments about a radial pergola roof at the time, which we ultimately eliminated. But that was the conversation with them. The neighbors at number 3, which is the listed property done by Parkin. I spoke to the neighbor there. We went through the plans again on site, walked around the site with him. He had no objections to it at that time. And then I spoke to the Gilberts, to the son of Mrs. Gilbert, who is on Roxburgh Drive, which is just below Sarah Richardson's house, and also to Old George. and it's a Roxburgh address down the hill. And I spoke to the son, and he had no objection and was not concerned about it at all. I also spoke to the person on Roxburgh Drive at the northern side of, the back of their house goes onto 2 Old George, and the executor of that estate said he had no objection. I also met with Sarah Richardson and Alex Richardson, Alex Younger, at my house, and went over the plans and took Mr. Younger to look at the foundations and the care we were taking with respect to rebuilding the foundations, which may impact their house. And so those are the neighbors I spoke to. The Richardsons, I think, or Sarah Richardson, has made her point clear. So she is a dissenting neighbor and has presented different information than I have. We also went to the North Rosedale Ratepayers Association. Sean, Edward, and Mr. Bootsma and myself went through the plans with them. They didn't really have any objection to the plans, but they said, please talk to the neighbors, which is the next step that we did. I did all of that in October and November of 2024. The plans were revised by our team and David Witherton at the bequest of Heritage. We went through a process with them and came up with the current plan, which Mr. Witherton indicated as, I guess, author of the guidelines, basically going back to, I think, 2004, that the plan presented, which had a number of alterations to it, met the intent of the guidelines. And that's the process of consultation that we went through, as well as further consultation with Heritage over the 6 or 7 months since that time.
Thank you very much.
We're very surprised to find, and if you read through the timeline, we're very, very surprised to find a refusal from Heritage, given the work that had been done. So that's a matter of interpretation of the guidelines, which I suggest have been hijacked somewhat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Armstrong. We'll now bring staff back and ask questions of staff, and we'll give them a moment. Yeah, I see your hand, Adam, just letting them take their seats. Adam, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if staff could kindly clarify the criteria for the Rosedale HCDs in A, B, and C, and D, and whether there are policies that we need to be aware of for an unrated property as distinct from a Class A property. I know some of the speakers touched on it in their presentations, but clarification from the staff, I think, would be much appreciated.
Through you, Madam Chair, there are a few guidelines that pertain to alterations and additions or new development on unrated properties. The specific guidelines and policies that we're referring to is the second one is new buildings and alterations and additions to unrated buildings should be designed to be compatible with the heritage buildings in terms of scale, massing height, setback, entry-level materials, and fenestration. And that is where staff have a concern. That's a policy that staff have concern with, particularly referring to materiality. The specific guideline that we've referenced in our staff report that we think is that the proposal doesn't comply with is the roof profile and the location of the eaves lines or the roof parapet should be designed so that the apparent height and form of the roof is compatible with that of the streetscape.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Wendy.
Yes, could you please explain what will be like the reference, like definition of compatible with the streetscape? What would be the definitions compatible?
When we look at the term compatibility, we look at consistency. So we see how it fits into the existing context. Now, every application is assessed on its own individual merits because every property is unique for its own different ways. And just like this street that we've outlined in our staff report, it does have a unique scale and form. So when we look at compatibility, we look at, is it consistent and does it fit in contextually and sensitively into the existing streetscape?
Okay, if I allow to follow question,
by all means.
Follow up question. Yeah. So in that sense, for the PowerPoint that presented, I only see that building, right? And there's no streetscapes around it. So as a board member, I'm not sure if I refer to what you just said, how can I make that reference? That's it. That's my questions.
Is that a question for staff, or is that something that you want to sort of discuss amongst ourselves, Wendy, as one of the things that you're wrestling with as we consider the recommendations?
Yes, I would. That is be very important because if that is like the guideline of like referencing the neighborhood streetscape, and from the presentations, I'm not seeing the streetscape.
No, I take your point. So can we pause that idea, Wendy? Because I think it's very valuable, and we'll bring it up once we discuss the issue amongst ourselves. I think that would probably be the best place, and then we can have a more fruitful discussion. At this point, though, are there other questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I think we can start off with Wendy's point is, this reconciliation between compatible and streetscape and what she's wrestling with. That I think that point is aptly made. Are there other points of discussion or responses to Wendy?
Yep. This is undoubtedly...
Hold on, Adam, Paul, and then you.
Oh, yep. Okay.
I'm going to just offer a personal opinion, and that is, it reminds me of the old saying, all boats rise on the tide. I would not interpret the guidelines as allowing every building in the district to rise to the same roof line as whatever the highest building in the district is. I think compatibility has to be much more contextual and based on what's there, and what you see is what you get. So for me, the immediate buildings around this proposed building do carry the most weight in the consideration, and not to say that one has to draw a hard line and say you can't be more than this many feet tall, but the issue for me is that this is a fairly profound and significant change, and to my mind goes over the threshold of what one would accept. But that's my perspective.
Adam?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Paul and Wendy, for your comments so far. I say this is a very complex file. You have a whole range of different factors being balanced, everything from accessibility to design to streetscape versus ravine elements. And I think I'm in agreement with Paul that, the apps is what's called the apps, or what I referred to earlier as a gulag watchtower. Unless there's I think, an accessibility purpose of that, that is going way above and beyond what I think would be acceptable for this site. You have it almost doubling the height of the building, just under doubling the height of the building, and it's quite a significant of a change for this site. And along with staff said as well, it's a huge change in the materiality.
Other discussion points? Jeff?
I would simply share the comment that Paul and Adam have made. It seems to me the context is very clear. It's those 3 or 4 homes there, and the neighbours have been very clear in their concerns, and they've gone back to the original covenant establishing the nature of that development. It was a very special development that we now refer to as early modernist. And has a particular character to it, and that character is going to be not maintained sufficiently in the new, not just the height but also the character of the development. So I'll be voting to support the staff report.
Other points of discussion? Wendy?
Yeah, just a follow up with that. Yeah, the neighbor is very important because, well, after all, they are living in together, kind of adjacent each other, and to have their endorsement is very important. So that's what I want to say. I'm not quite sure between like the factual guidelines and the soft relations with the neighbor. So I'm just thinking it loud. Thank you.
Yeah, and we would hope that, depending upon which way the board goes, that there's a continued effort to find something that is compatible towards everything. It's like something, it's possible. It's a question of what we have before us right now. Any other discussion points? Seeing none, I have a staff report with recommendations before us. Would anybody like to move the recommendations in that report? Jeff, thank you very much. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Wendy? Yeah, okay, just checking. All right, thank you very much. The motion carries. Moving on, actually, are we ready to go back to PB 33.2? Let's go back to 33.2. We have a motion from...
Madam Chair, there was just one minor grammatical correction that I sent back to them, but other than that, I think we're good to go.
I think we have it.
Wonderful.
Fantastic. So we're going to put that up on the screen, and so what's going to happen is we will have a discussion amongst ourselves about the amendment, vote upon the amendment, and then move back to vote upon the whole issue as amended. So here we go. Oh, good. That the Toronto Preservation Board recommend that City Council request that Senior Manager, Heritage Planning, Urban Design, City Planning to conduct further research of the Clark family and their role within Canada's aerospace and nuclear industries, including Larry Denman Clark and his role at de Havilland and in the development of the Canada Arm in Satellite Technologies, SPAR Aerospace, or SPAR, Clark's role as Chancellor of York University for possible inclusion in the Statement of Significance for 324 Old Yonge Street, reasons for designation at the July 23, 24, and 25 meeting of City Council. Thank you. Is there discussion about the amendment or the proposed amendment? Adam.
Just a bit of background context. I did forward the 2020 research I had done on the Clarks to the board members just now, and I thought it was sent to the city at that point. My apologies if it wasn't, but the Clarks were longtime residents of this property from, I believe, the 1960s all the way through till 2015. And it was after the death of Mr. Clark, who was an Order of Canada recipient as well, in 2015 that we see the sale of this property and where we're subsequently seeing these changes that Alex described. So very long time association with this property, very significant figure within York University and a very significant figure within Canada's aerospace industries. They also had a role in the nuclear industry as well, but I'll let staff delve into that when they do the research.
Thank you very much. Any other points, questions of Adam? We have an amendment before us that moved by Adam. All those in favor? Okay, the amendment carries. Thank you very much. And now we move back to, so we have PB 33.2. 2, we have a staff report with recommendations before us as amended. Would anybody like to move the recommend? Thank you, Alex, before I could even finish all the blurb. All those in favor, please. Perfect, thank you very much. Motion carries. All right.
Not often Preservation Board goes to space.
Some days, we think. Anyway, we're moving on now to PB 33.5. Welcome, Dan.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Dan Bartolo of Heritage Planning staff. The item before you is a proposal recommending approval of alterations to a designated heritage property under Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement at 149 College Street in connection with the development of the site, consisting of a new 60-story mixed-use structure integrated with the heritage property. Let me introduce you to the site. Next slide, please. The development site is located at the south side of College Street, just west of University Avenue, and that is in turn just south of the University of Toronto campus. Next slide, please. The site was designated in 1978 under the Ontario Heritage Act on architectural and historic grounds. The building was constructed in 1894. The designation identifies the building, which was designed by E.J. Lennox, as a significant work in the Romanesque Revival style by an important Toronto architect. The designation identifies large arched windows, prominent wall dormers, a fine arch entrance portico, and distinctive use of stone and brick as noteworthy features. Here at the left, we see the front College Street facade, and at the right, the east facade of the property. Next slide, please. The two photos at the right show the west facade. Note that the conservation strategy will retain in situ the front 7-meter portion and rebuild the back 4-meter portion of the gable wall seen at the left photo. The remainder of the west facade will be removed. The right photo is the south or rear facade. The east or right portion of that south facade will be retained in situ. Next slide, please. The final conservation strategy proposed by the applicant and accepted by Heritage staff integrates the retained building facades in situ, including the entire College Street north facade, the entire east facade, and partial east and south facades into a base building with a 60-story building component above. The new construction incorporates stepbacks above the retained heritage building. The transition in height between the heritage building and the tower will be moderated by a glazed reveal. A new landscape open space will be included at the northeast corner of the site. Here at the left render, we look southwest towards the site. The stepback at roof level is approximately 11 meters from the east wall back to a 15-meter high reveal. The building then cantilevers 3.7 meters, resulting in a 7.3 meter step back for the remainder of the tower skyward. At the right render, we see the front facade. The step back at the roof level will be 6.2 meters with a 2.2 meter cantilever above the 15 meter tall reveal. The recess at the west part of the reveal breaks the reveal plane and enhances the view of the west gable wall seen in the next slide. Next slide, please. At the left render, we see the west facade and gable wall. The recess within the reveal will enhance perception of the gable wall and therefore the form of the building as viewed from the public realm. At the right render, we see the public open space that is proposed at the northeast corner of the building. Next slide, please. Here is an illustration via a dark black line, the portion of the facades that will be conserved in situ. Note that a 4-meter back portion of the west gable wall will be disassembled and reconstructed. Next step, please. Next slide. The left slide shows the elevation at the south rear facade. It also illustrates the step backs from the east elevation. The right side, we can clearly see the proposed massing atop the property, as the new massing does not extend the entire width of the front facade. It will appear to be both to the side and behind the heritage building, mitigating or lessening the visual impact of the tower at the site. Also at the main entrance, the non-original stair landing would be replaced to provide a new barrier-free entrance in conjunction with continuing access to the raised central entrance. Next slide, please. Here we see the gable wall at the west elevation, the 7-meter front portion to be retained, and the 4-meter rear section of the wall to be reconstructed. Next slide, please. Here we see previous iterations of the project. At the left, we see a lower reveal and a projecting cantilever almost to the east facade plane. Staff worked diligently with the applicant to improve this massing strategy to the conservation strategy you have previously seen in the previous slides and in your report. At the right, we see the west facade. The gable wall was proposed, half of the gable wall at least, was proposed for removal. Staff worked with the applicant so that the gable wall would continue to be seen from the public realm as a portion of the building in the round. The applicant will continue to work with staff with regard to the conservation plan to be submitted in future. Future details of the aspects of the conservation strategy are also included in your reports. In conclusion, staff believe that the project meet official plan policies and provincial objectives with regard to heritage resources. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. We have some speakers on this item. The first on our list is Andrew Kidd from Northwest Value Partners, Inc. I think he's on. That's Andrew. Do we have Andrew Kidd online?
Sorry, I'm not Andrew Kidd.
I know you're the other Andrew on my list, but I'm just making sure because Andrew and Siobhan are ahead of you, just making sure that they're not online and I'm being rude to them. Neither of them are online, so we're going to introduce you, sir, Andrew Pruss, and welcome. You're from ERA Architects. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, I do have a presentation. Thank you. Okay, it's up. Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry, I'm the heritage conservation architect for this project. And the tower addition has been designed by Sweeney & Co. and Northwest Value Partners are the owners. The founder of that company is Paul Dallalana, who is a donor to the adjacent building for the University of Toronto. And as healthcare landlords and providers, Northwest Value has a strong relationship with both the university and neighboring hospitals. So I did want to speak. We've had a collaborative relationship with heritage staff, starting with a tour of the building more than a year before an application. And we've had back and forth about refinements to the design. So I actually just wanted to speak to the fact that this building, which is a remarkable landmark within the city of Toronto, actually will be, if this proposal moves forward and is approved, go through its 5th adaptive reuse. This will be the 6th major use of this building. And so I just want to go really quickly through that. An original design by E.J. Lennox, commissioned by John Beverly Robinson, who was a former lieutenant governor of the city, was to be a major contribution, housing the Toronto Athletic Club. On the left is an image of the original concept. A much reduced design was built, but still quite remarkable in its complexity and detail. It was designed after Lennox completed the designs for Old City Hall, and so it was certainly informed by his familiarity with Richardson Romanesque. It was built for the Toronto Athletic Club. It was not a successful venture. Mr. Robinson died suddenly 2 years after it opened, and it went into receivership and was sold to the city for taxes. The city had Alfred Wixson renovated the building for the Toronto Technical School. It was renovated in 1900. They occupied it for 15 years. And on the right, there's an image of one of the classrooms in the former pool space of the athletic club building. They also converted the top floor gymnasium into lecture halls. The technical school moved out in 1915 to their new premises at Central Technical School, further in the west part of the city. It was then, during the First World War period, it was leased by the city to the Canadian Officers Training Corps, used for a barracks then, so this is now the 3rd reuse of the building through the First World War period and into the early 1920s, but eventually it became vacant. And then the city in the late 1920s decided to undertake a major renovation of the building. The city architect, J.J. Woolnough, essentially transformed the interior. All of the floors, which were timber and cast iron, were replaced with steel and concrete. An additional floor was added at the top inside the envelope of the building. And then at the front, there was the new stair was constructed, and it was named after the mayor of the time, Mayor Stewart, and it became the police headquarters as well as the tax and public welfare office. And the police headquarters was there till 1960, and then it was succeeded by 52 Division as the occupant of the building. And these are some of the drawings that are in the Toronto Archive, illustrating all of the detailed renovations to the building.
30 seconds.
Sorry. It was then sold by the city, actually, in the late 1970s to the Ontario College of Art. There had been a concept of renovating the city. The building, William Kilbourne had wanted Jack Diamond to renovate it. That did not happen. OCAD did, though. They purchased the building, renovated it, and again, back to academic use. So that was the 4th reuse, or rather 5th reuse of the building. And so finally, it's currently in an academic use form, and the proposal, in fact, is to continue that use, but modernize it for contemporary activities, and then also include student housing and healthcare provider housing in the tower above.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions for our speaker? No, there he is. Questions? Seeing none, Thank you very much for your time
Sorry,
today.
Madam Chair, This is Adam Wynn. I have my hand raised, but somehow I've become a disembodied voice and you can't actually see me.
You are a voice, but there is no body on your screen.
I don't know what's happening there. So if you can hear me, that's good. I'll try to return to my corporal form presently, but I do have a question for the speaker, if possible.
By all means.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, given that there's so many adaptive reuses of the site from the Sleepy Hollow estate that was Robinson's Cottage through to the present day, are there any interior elements that remain that might be of interest?
It is a good question. It's actually staff. It was one of the reasons why we toured the building early in the process. So in the 1930s, when the city architect renovated it, essentially all original features were removed. Some general spaces, like the pool space in the basement, remains, but all of the detail was removed, and in fact, all the floors and structure were replaced, staircases were replaced, elevator installed, and so really only the vestibule on the front, on the elevated main level, and is the only space that remains, and that will be retained as part of this reuse.
Thank you. Other questions? Jeff?
Excuse me. Yes. Thank you. I have to confess, I'm sort of disappointed with this. I would love to have seen a whole building, restoration of this building, allowing for a tower, but I don't see this as whole building. It's not. I don't see it as a reuse of the building. It's really facadism, with some setbacks, 7 meters. But I find that disappointing given the storied history of this building and its academic background and a variety, as being a city building. It really is a landmark on college, and it's kind of disappointing. So my question to you, for the owner, is was it not considered possible to have a more fulsome reuse of the building rather than a very much a partial facade reuse?
So yeah, was it considered to just retain and reuse the building? I think, it's one of the challenges we encounter today, both in heritage conservation and the pressure for development in the City of Toronto. There are benefits and liabilities. The benefit is the opportunity to invest large sums of money in conserving this building, and also setting up a continuing use in this case that meets contemporary standards and requirements. Dan had mentioned the accessibility. I think that extends to many features within the building, including barrier-free access and elevators, and also expansion of the academic use. So the base of the tower will also include additional academic floor areas. So I do think that this is a challenge we face, and so the direction, and I think there's a lot of success, is that the building, even though it was mentioned that it's a facade, in fact, there is significant depths of building retained in place. You will not see a facade retention structure go up on this site. There's half of the width of the building is being retained for the full depth, and then the entirety of the front of the building. And so what the result is, the southwest corner, a substantial area, is reserved for the tower. And so absolutely, it would be ideal if landmarks like this were preserved without additions. I think that's not always the case that we're facing in the contemporary challenge of conserving buildings.
Thank you. Other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to questions of staff. Yep, I see you, Adam. You're first up. We're just letting Dan take up residence again.
I'm delighted to report in the interim I've returned to my corporal form, though. You can see me again.
I noticed that. You had to pass through multiple dimensions of backgrounds there, too. All right, Dan's ready to go.
As you said, we love technology.
All right, Adam, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, I have 2 or 3 questions here. Again, this is a wonderful building as it stands. It's certainly a historical landmark. I'm wondering if staff could speak a little bit about their thoughts on whether they deem the cantilever and the massing of this tower and the setback and where they've divided the heritage building as acceptable. It seems to me that this cantilever is overwhelming the heritage building as reduced as it is, and the massing and setback of this tower is also doing the same.
It's often a challenging endeavor to determine, what massing is appropriate over a heritage building without dominating the heritage building. In this case, we did have previous iterations where the massing was much more overwhelming with lesser step backs. We do, in this case, have a certain limited size of the lot. So essentially, if we push the step backs back further, we would essentially nullify the project. However, there are challenges. We do have a 11-meter step back from the east facade, so we think that's pretty good. We have step back from the front. While it's likely not as much as we would have liked, we have features that actually have the recess in the front reveal, which reveals the gable wall, and there are kind of mitigating design elements that we feel kind of mitigate the step back. But yeah, it's certainly a challenge in developing a strategy with regard to step backs above the heritage building. We feel this is about as good of a step back strategy that we can achieve on this lot without stripping the development potential from the lot in this case.
Other questions before we go to question 2 for Adam? Adam, then?
And stripping the development potential from the lot is not something staff is wanting or able to do. Is that correct?
We manage change, but we don't stop change. So I would say this is a correct assumption.
Thank you.
One more question, Adam?
2 more questions, actually, or 3 more questions, sorry. Is this building classified as a landmark within any of the City of Toronto official plans? And if so, what does that mean in terms of landmark status? I know that one of the speakers used the term landmark. I know some landmarks have greater restrictions. St. James Cathedral, for example, has line of sight protections for landmarks. What is meant in landmark in this circumstance, and what restrictions or policies do we see applicable to the site?
This is a Part 4 property. It's not a landmark property. As far as I understand, we don't have landmark legislation in the City of Toronto as such, but perhaps management would like to opine on that.
I will opine on that. Thank you very much, Dan. Yes, the landmark status that exists such as it is for any of the properties in the city are part of the views protection strategies in the OP and one of the schedules, and this is not a view protected property.
Thank you for that clarification.
Next question, Adam?
Thank you. I note one of the adjacent heritage properties. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the clarification, Mary. I note that one of the adjacent heritage resources is the Ord Street Public School. Has any consideration from staff been given to the intense height of this proposed development and impacts on the elementary school, thinking potentially ice falling off this proposed change or other impacts? If so, it would land directly on the playground.
I think this would more or less be a planning-related question as far as the effect on the playground itself. Staff had not considered that issue. Other questions?
Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two more questions. I'm wondering if staff could speak to the integration between the podium levels of the Heritage Building and the tower, the materiality used in that midpoint, the missing, I just use the term chunk on the northwest corner, and whether any consideration was given to alternate materiality or massing in that section that may, for example, give better visibility to the curves of the Romanesque or Richardsonian Romanesque building and the intense buff brick appearance.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear on what you're stating, what you're asking.
Were any other materials?
The podium with regard to the reveal,
the
or
midsection of that, between the heritage podium, the heritage building, then you have the midsection, and then you have the tower element.
Right.
There's the integration between the heritage building and the tower.
The 15-meter reveal. Are you speaking about?
I'm speaking about the appearance and the materiality of that reveal.
Yeah. The idea for the 15-meter reveal, I think that's what you're referring to, is to have that as quiet in the background as possible. I believe the materiality is to be glass. We still need to look at the kind of final finish of that glass that will come forward at a later stage. But I think the idea is that it should be very quiet and recede into the background.
Thank you. And
trying to
last question, Adam.
Well done.
There's actually a subsection to that last question, and the last question. If you could kindly clarify what that chunk is.
The chunk. I'm not sure.
I'm trying to find the right technical term. The northwest corner where you have that inset.
Okay, let me look at the drawing because I'm not sure where the chunk is.
It looks like somebody has taken a bite out of part of the building.
At the northwest.
Yep, facing College Street.
Are you talking about the entrance? The entrance vestibule?
No, this is about 10 stories above street level. It looks like the tower has a...
Oh. Are you referring to the reveal? There's a reveal. There's a recess.
Yes.
Right. The recess was purposely designed so that it would reveal the gable wall, the west gable wall, as seen obliquely from College Street as you look east. So when you're east of the site, because of that reveal, because of that chunk or recess within the reveal, it enhances the perception of the gable wall. It also breaks that massing, actually, of the reveal as well, so it serves to somewhat break the massing as seen from the front facade as well. That reveal is what you're speaking of, correct?
Yes, I believe the term recess is probably the one that I should be using there, so thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Are there any other questions of staff?
One other very brief one, Madam Chair.
Oh my goodness. Yes, of course, Adam.
Thank you. There's some of these projects I have been following for several years, so I do apologize for multiple questions. Could staff kindly clarify the new public space in the northeast corner? Is that proposed to be a privately owned public space or a public park?
I believe it's a privately owned public space, but I can clarify that for you. I'm not actually entirely sure. But we are very pleased about that public space because it's really going to provide a space that the public will be able to really seriously enjoy and celebrate this building.
Further questions of staff? Adam.
Sorry,
and I say I'm bad at math and counting, and here we are. Anyway, please.
My apologies. Could staff kindly speak as to the roof materiality? What is proposed for the roof? Is it slate, as would be in the original photographs, or will it be retaining an asphalt roof?
The roof, as mentioned earlier by Andrew, the property is scheduled for, partial whole building conservation, including the roof. We haven't actually gotten into that detail. We will get into that detail in the conservation plan. I don't know if Andrew could provide any information. Andrew has just informed me it had been slate in the past. However, it has been copper for some time, and the intent is to retain the copper roof.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, discussion amongst ourselves. Thank you, Dan. Seeing none, I have Adam, yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I dare say I wonder if there is the possibility to nudge the tower back even further onto this site without stripping development potential from it. I know there's a fairly deep surface parking lot on this site, and this is an extremely tall tower at over 60 stories. And on other institutional tower projects, I'm thinking of Toronto Metropolitan University, where they proposed 45 stories and then walked it back to 14 stories a few years later. On a similar surface parking lot site, I do wonder if there's a capacity to encourage that there be a further step back and setback of the tower portion. And I welcome comments from my other board members on that.
My fellow members? Don't see much move for discussion. I think it's always a challenge when we see something at this phase, and what's before us is the heritage, are the heritage attributes, are they being conserved in the scheme that's put before us? So however much we might want, if your concern is conservation, that's one thing, but if things are being conserved, then that's what's before us.
My concern is that the heritage attributes are being overwhelmed by this tower. The legibility of the heritage building is somewhat preserved, but the massing of this tower, the materiality as it is before us now, it's overwhelming this incredibly important College Street building. And I dare say I may bring forward a motion to encourage that there be further explorations of a setback or step back, and that alternate materiality be explored for that mid portion. So I'm wondering if we might be able to hold the item while I work on that motion. Oh, I see Jeff has his hand up.
Give me a second. I think this might be a case, just sort of given what the recommendations are before us, is that it would probably be more within your purview if a member does not like the scheme to vote against the recommendations in the report, and that would be the way forward, because then that vote would get registered, and the discussion that we're having very publicly about it, that would be, I think, the way forward on this one, Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Jeff.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have concerns about the level of preservation of the heritage values that are in this property. It's not whole building. It's much less than 50% of the building retained. And given the significance of the building and the site, and the potential for further thought, I think I will make a motion to refuse the application.
Is it that you want to do a separate motion to refuse the application, or that you yourself will vote against the recommendations, Jeff?
Okay, but I will vote against, yes, simply.
Okay, just making sure, because there are two different processes that I've got to figure out.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
Okay, other discussion amongst ourselves on this one? Adam?
Just elaborating on thank you, Madam Chair. Elaborating on my previous comments, you have this very intense Victorian brickwork and Richardsonian Romanesque building with what I believe is buff brick there, potentially from local brickworks, and the materiality for the proposed additions with that highly reflective glass as it stands right now, that's going to overwhelm the appearance of that building. So I also encourage the applicants to explore perhaps a duller or a more restrained materiality for that tower section that draws the eye downwards towards the Richardsonian Romanesque building and really highlights it as the focal point of this site.
I think it's a fair point. This is a very challenging one. Other points of discussion? Seeing none, I have a staff report with recommendations before us. Would anybody like to move the recommendations in the report? Paul will move the recommendations. I'm going to do a recorded vote just because there's been indications that we're going to go in a couple of directions. So all those in favor of the recommendations, raise your hand and I'll say your name. Slowly, because I'm trying to be nice. Paul, Alex, Wendy, Matthew, Katerina, Peter, Mitchell, Julia. And all those opposed, Adam and Jeff. The motion carries, but I would hope as the conservation plan continues to evolve, that the discussion that we've heard here today continues to inform everything that's going on. We need to do a quick procedural motion to extend past 12:30.
Madam Chair,
Hold on, guys. We're just trying to figure out some logistics here.
Madam Chair, how long do you think this will extend? Or
That's the question. I think so. Just so I'm going to just think out loud. We are at nearly 12:30. I think, given the number of agenda items that we have left and the speakers on it, I think we're going to need to take a half an hour break for lunch. I think we should all be more refreshed that way, and then hopefully be very efficient afterwards, because people would like Canada Day to start a little early, I'm sure. However, I want to make sure that we give our attention to the business at hand. So hold tight. So the motion before us is that the Toronto Preservation Board resume its meeting at 1 p.m. Gives us all a moment to recaffeinate. All those in favor? Thank you very much. We will resume our proceedings at 1 o'clock. I'll see you back here then.
Hi, Alex. Where have you been?
Well, I was away for about 3 weeks in Europe, but I've been back for a few weeks also. So
I emailed you on a couple of things and I got no response. So
could have been I missed them amongst the horde of emails. Or it could be I just saw them and was too busy. You're at your cottage right now, I assume.
yeah,
Yeah.
I just had a swim.
Oh,
Lovely day out there.
don't make me envious. It's not bad here either, actually.
No.
It's cloudy right now in North Toronto. But,
Oh, good.
well,
This is about perfect temperature right now.
yeah. Are you up for longer than just the holiday, or?
Yeah, for the week.
Oh, okay. With grandchildren swarming?
Yeah, the grandkid. Yeah, Emily's family, yeah.
Oh. Great. Yeah, interesting about the connection with the Spar Aerospace. I'd forgotten about that connection with the old Yonge Street house. But I remember at the time we were quite interested in that.
It's a wonder they hadn't mentioned that earlier.
Yeah. Well, I frankly forgot about it, but when it was mentioned, I remembered we did discuss that at the time. And interesting to know how the house escaped getting demolished. Oh. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from lunch.
How did it escape?
Just before we move on to our next item, I wanted to say on behalf of the board to the applicants for 2 Old George Place that one of our members made a comment calling the tower, calling it a gulag tower. And I didn't stop it in the moment, and I should have. It was inappropriate. It was very inappropriate. And I can understand how that could be construed poorly. And I don't want it to affect a working relationship going forward, nor does it reflect the professionalism that I hope that this board always attempts to achieve, and that it certainly didn't. So from myself and on behalf of my fellow board members, my sincere apologies. We're moving on now to PB 33.6. Adam, you've declared a conflict, so you need to mute your mic and shut off your camera.
I would also like to extend an apology to the 2 Old George Place peoples for my comments.
Thank you, Adam. Can you please mute your mic, and thank you. And now we have, and welcome to our stage, Michael.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Seaman, and I'm presenting on agenda item PB 33.6. This file was managed by Neil McKay, who did it quite very ably so. The recommendation on this file is staff recommends that City Council approve the alterations proposed for the designated heritage properties known as 6 Cawthra Square and 8 Cawthra Square under Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act in connection with the development of the subject site, and that Council grant authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Next slide. The development site 2 to 4 Cawthra Square and 6 Cawthra Square, 8 Cawthra Square and 10 to 12 Cawthra Square is located on the north side of Cawthra Square, mid-block between Jarvis Street and Barbara Hall Park in Toronto's Church and Wellesley neighbourhood. The subject site contains 2 heritage properties designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act at 6 and 8 Cawthra Square. Each property contains a 2-storey Queen Anne Revival style house. Next slide, please. Both heritage houses, which were constructed in 1892 by notable architect John Wilson Siddle, are unique examples of the Queen Anne Revival style due to their high-quality materials and distinctive design. The characteristic use of various wall textures, asymmetrical facade, and dominant front bay and gable stylistically define the houses. The generous use of stone, spacious detached form, and their irregular gable-on-hip roofline sets them apart from many of the other Queen Anne Revival-style houses in Toronto. The subject properties at 6 and 8 Cawthra Square are also valued for their association with the socio-economic history of the street and the development of the broader Church and Wellesley area. Next slide, please. The development applications currently propose the construction of a new 63-storey residential building. Portions of the existing buildings at 6 and 8 Cawthra Square are proposed to be retained within the 2-storey base. The properties at 2 to 4 Cawthra Square and 10 to 12 Cawthra Square are proposed to be demolished. The proposed tower is rectangular in plan and introduces step-backs and setbacks in design measures to respect the heritage setting. New construction will be set back from the street, maintaining the prominence of the heritage buildings while also providing for a mix of soft and hard landscape areas. Next slide, please. The image on the left is a rendering of the original public proposal submitted to the city in 2023. The applications proposed the demolition of all existing buildings on the site and the construction of a new 45-storey residential tower with a 3-storey podium. Following the designation of 6 Cawthra Square and 8 Cawthra Square under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act on June 27, 2024, the image in the middle shows the rendering of a revised development plan submitted to the city in 2024 with a partial in situ retention of the 2 heritage houses. However, the mass of the tower was supported by slanted columns, which with one projection over the reveal at the level 5, approximately 5 metres along Cawthra Square. As shown in the rendering at the right, heritage planning staff have worked with the applicant to remove the slanted support columns and the large projection to reduce the visual impact of the new density over the heritage resources. The tower now incorporates a series of 3 steps cantilevers of approximately 1.4 metres at level 5, 6 and 7 above the glazed reveal. The height of the proposed new base building has been reduced and now responds to the datum lines of the heritage buildings. Additionally, the proposed new window openings on the base building have been revised from diagonal openings to rectangular openings. The new base building will be clad in light grey brick palette, revised from precast concrete, with further refinement to be explored at the site plan control stage to better respond to the smaller, more delicately designed masonry structures and the original fine-grained character of the area. Next slide, please. As shown in the drawing on the left, the proposed development proposes the conservation of the primary south elevations and approximately 2 metres of the associated east and west return walls of both heritage buildings in situ. On the east and west elevations, both heritage buildings, a further 2.6 metres of the wall is proposed to be dismantled and reconstructed with in-kind and salvaged materials, with opportunities to integrate additional reconstructed walls on the interior lobby per the heritage impact assessment. To provide a subordinate design response and maintain the prominence of the heritage buildings when viewed from the public realm, as well as their 3-dimensional legibility, the proposed base building is set back approximately 2 metres from the primary heritage elevations. A glazed architectural reveal is proposed at levels 3 and 4 to be stepped back above the podium and the retained primary elevations of the retained heritage buildings by approximately 5.1 metres, with the 3-step cantilevers above. Next slide, please. The conservation strategy in the HIA proposes to conserve the substantive architectural design of the houses, including their Queen Anne Revival style. The front verandas, decorative woodwork, and stairs on the principal elevation of both retained heritage buildings are proposed to be reconstructed with materials and detailing, based on a 1901 archival photo shown here. The details of the restorations will be set out in a conservation plan to be completed to the satisfaction of the Senior Manager Heritage Planning. The existing veranda at 8 Cawthra Square is substantially composed of modern materials such as plywood and modern lumber and is not original. Window units have various altered conditions and are proposed to be replaced with heritage-appropriate wood windows. The applicant has confirmed that the stained and leaded glass window on the east elevation of 8 Cawthra Square will be salvaged and reinstated within the reconstructed portion of the return wall, which will be further detailed at the site plan control stage. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Michael. We have speakers registered on this item. The first is Carolina Martello.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak on behalf of the applicant team.
Oh, so hold on a second. Wait a second as we get this all sorted. Is this Ahmad?
Yes, it's me.
Are you speaking on behalf of who? All names.
So we registered as speakers. In the event there's any questions from the board, the applicant team is here. So
okay, and that being Carolina, Muna, Kostica, and yourself, all four of you?
That's correct. That's correct.
That's perfect. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure because I've got 4 speakers and I don't want to.
So good news. We don't need to all speak, all 4, because I know it's been a long day and there's many more agenda items that you have to go through today.
You're now my favorite person. You have 5 minutes.
I will use much less than that. So thank you to members of the board. Thank you for staff, Michael and Neil, for providing a positive staff report. As you can see from the presentations, there's been many iterations since 2023 when we were engaged to try to, as much as possible, mitigate any heritage impact. So we're simply here to answer any questions the board may have from the conservation strategy. Myself from GBCA, the heritage consultants are here, as well as Carolina and Muna from BV Realty, the applicants, as well as Kostica from ZAS Architects, who are the architects on the project. So if you have any questions, we're happy to answer any of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for our group of speakers? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here and wading through our need to recaffeinate. Do we have questions of staff? Jeff.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what happened with 10 to 12, Cawthra. When the item came to the board last year, there was a listing recommendation for 10 to 12. And we requested the staff look into the designation for that property. So we're just wondering what happened.
Through you, Madam Chair, the designation of that property wasn't pursued and the listing is now expired. So the Heritage Development Review team have dealt with the designated buildings on the property as part of this application.
Other questions of staff? Seeing none, discussion amongst ourselves? Seeing none, we'll say goodbye to Michael and to Ahmad. Thank you for being here, and we will move to a recorded vote. To do it? Okay. So, please raise your hand and I will call your name. First off, we have a staff report with recommendations before us. Would anybody like to move the recommendations in that report? Paul will. Thank you very much. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Paul, Jeff, Wendy, Alex, Katerina, Matthew, Mitchell, Peter. Good. And Julia. No opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on now to PB 33.7. And Adam, if you're around, you can come on back. Hi, Anne.
Good afternoon. I'm Anne Fisher, a Programme Manager with Heritage Planning. I'm here to talk to you about item 33.7 regarding 358 to 360 Dufferin Street, including the structure address at 350 Dufferin Street. The application is seeking permission for alterations to and demolition of heritage attributes under sections 33 and 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Next slide, please. This slide shows the subject development site highlighted in yellow. It comprises the former Dominion Radiator Complex, which is located on the east side of Dufferin Street, just south of Queen Street West. The individually designated heritage properties within the complex are outlined in the red dashed line. 358 to 360 Dufferin Street, which is at 358 to 360 Dufferin Street, including the property known as 350 Dufferin Street. Next slide, please. So this is an aerial photograph of the site looking east, organised into the parts with the designated buildings outlined in red. The designated buildings comprise the factory office building that fronts onto Dufferin Street, the core oven and mixing buildings, and the foundry building. I'll show these in more detail in the next slides. The subject property comprises part of the Dominion Radiator Complex, a late Victorian era industrial compound defined by factory office buildings grouped around an open central courtyard. The prominent Toronto architect, E.J. Lennox, is attributed to the adaptation and expansion of the buildings on the site during the Dominion Radiator's ownership from 1889 to 1907. The functional industrial design of the foundry, mixing and core oven buildings, with their large footprints and tall brick chimneys, are typical Victorian industrial buildings. The site constitutes a cultural heritage landscape that facilitated heavy industrial manufacturing and contributed to the historic character of Parkdale. In the centre, highlighted in yellow, is the interior courtyard that the heritage buildings are organised around. Next slide, please. These images show the factory office building at 360 Dufferin Street. This building has a significant presence along Dufferin Street. On the left photograph, you can see the driveway on the left that provides access to the interior courtyard. On the right, you can see the west elevation of the factory office building that fronts onto the central courtyard. Next slide, please. This slide shows a panoramic view of the interior courtyard space looking north. The courtyard is a heritage attribute. The factory office building is on the right. The core oven and mixing buildings are here on the left. Next slide. This is a photograph of the mixing building, of the core oven and mixing buildings. The one-storey mixing building is on the left. And on the right, you can see the core oven building at 350 Dufferin Street. This building once had two tall chimneys on either side of it that have been truncated. Next slide, please. This slide shows the foundry building. On the left is a small portion of the building's east elevation with a chimney that can be seen from the central courtyard. On the right is the building's rear west elevation that contains a series of large industrial buildings extending along the length of the private laneway behind. Next slide, please. This slide is a render of the proposed development. This heritage permit application is in connection with an application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw to permit 3 mixed-use buildings with heights ranging from 26, 26 and 9 stories. The 2 taller towers can be seen here fronting onto Dufferin Street. The smaller 9-story building is seen behind them. Next slide, please. This slide shows a summary of the conservation strategy that has been annotated to the different approaches to the different buildings on this complex. The redevelopment achieves whole building retention and reuse of the mixing, core and oven buildings outlined in the thick blue line on this slide. The factory, office and foundry buildings are to be partially retained within the new construction construction that is surrounding the central courtyard, which is going to be reanimated as a privately owned public accessible space. And this space is going to be extended to the east and west to allow access from Melbourne Avenue to Milky Way on either side of the site. The factory office buildings, front elevation and partial return wall will be retained in situ, and this is shown in red on the bottom of the slide. The remainder of the side elevation of the factory office building and the rear elevation that fronts the courtyard will be constructed, which is shown in the dark blue-green line here. The red line at the top of the slide is the rear wall of the foundry building. This is the most intact part of the building. It will be conserved in situ along the private laneway that runs behind it. The east facade that fronts onto the courtyard has been heavily altered. This and the remainder of the building, including its chimney, will be demolished to allow for the new construction. The courtyard, shown in yellow, as noted before, is to be retained and extended to provide the mid-lock connection through the site. Next slide, please. This is the site plan of the proposed development. The two towers fronting onto Dufferin Street and the mid-rise building behind that are shown in the darker grey, and this shows their integration into the heritage buildings. Next slide, please. This slide shows the east elevation with a close-up rendering of the factory office building. Alterations are proposed to the east elevation along Dufferin Street for the introduction of the commercial programming by converting a maximum of 4 window openings into doorways, details of which will be secured through the conservation plan. The ground floor plate is proposed to be reinstated at a lower level to allow for an accessible entrance along Dufferin Street. A second-storey mezzanine is proposed to be reinstated to allow the building to continue to read as a 2-storey structure. The new residential building above the factory office building incorporates a generous step back of 25 metres from the south to a 2-storey reveal. A 4.5 metre step back to the reveal is proposed above the front elevation, with the tower cantilevering out 1.5 metres above the fifth floor. The tower includes a three-storey base building adjoining the factory office building. This would reinstate the street wall at the corner of Dufferin Street and Milky Way Lane, and reference the original building that was damaged by fire. Next slide, please. This slide shows the west elevation from within the courtyard with a close-up rendering of the factory office building on the right. The courtyard facing west elevation of the factory office building is a heritage attribute noted in the designation bylaw. 7 bays of this elevation will be demolished and reconstructed with alterations. Select ground floor openings are proposed to be reconstructed as new entry points from the interior courtyard. Previously infilled and altered upper-storey windows are proposed to be restored. Along the interior courtyard, a new colonnade is proposed to overlap a portion of the reconstructed west wall of the factory office building. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed elevations on the opposite side of the courtyard. They show the core oven and mixing buildings that are to be retained in situ. This side of the foundry building is to be demolished and replaced with a new construction for the proposed new mixed mid-rise building. The towering chimneys on either side of the core oven building are proposed to be restored. The ground floor of the front elevation has been heavily altered and is supposed to be reconfigured with an enlarged central entrance informed by historic documentation. New wood windows and doors on the front elevation of the mixing buildings are proposed to replace unsympathetic units that exist today. A community garden is proposed on the front of the mixing building, which contemplates an enclosed greenhouse structure. Next slide, please. This slide shows the west elevation along the private laneway, with the rear showing the rear elevation of the foundry building that is proposed to be retained in situ. The new mid-rise building above the foundry building is proposed to be stepped back above the retained wall by approximately 8.2 metres. Next slide, please. This slide shows the side elevations of the redevelopment from Milky Way Lane on the left and Melbourne Avenue on the right. Here you can see the newly created entrances into the courtyard, which will serve as the mid-block connection, and the pop space which is reanimating the historic interior. This is my last slide. Staff are supportive of the proposed alterations and demolitions, which would see the core oven and mixing buildings retained as whole buildings and the sensitive integration of the factory office and foundry buildings within a redevelopment that is compatible with the industrial character of the heritage buildings. Staff are of the opinion that the proposal has been designed to conserve the cultural heritage values and attributes of the former Dominion office, the Dominion radiator complex. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two speakers registered on this item. Samantha and Casper are both from ERA Architects. Do you have a presentation? Are you speaking together, or are you here for questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do not have a presentation, and in fact, Casper isn't even here. I got the honor today. We were here in the alternative. So I am here. I am the heritage consultant for this file. So any questions about the proposal can come to me. And thank you, Anne, for your very comprehensive presentation. I know it's a lot.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Do we have questions for her? Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is just about the various styles of windows around the complex. The presentation suggested that there was going to be an attempt to bring back more representative windows. And I'm just wondering, given that the various buildings started with different windows, do you have a strategy in mind as to how to integrate that or not when you replace windows?
We do. I mean, these buildings are all quite different in character. It's a bit of a mishmash, as I'm sure you could see from the images. There are some large steel industrial windows on the backside of the building on what would be the new west elevation that are going to be replaced with like units. There are much more sort of office style windows in the factory office complex in 360, which is the Dufferin fronting building, which will be replaced with windows that are much more similar in character to what would have been there originally. And then on the core oven building, which is the courtyard facing building that it's sort of a dog's breakfast on the front of it, we're going to be looking at archival material in order to figure out what to do with that next. So all of that will be detailed in the conservation plan.
Terrific, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Samantha? Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if there's any interior elements that have been flagged on this site. And I have two follow-up questions, which I'm not sure would be best for the applicant or staff.
Let's start with question one, and then we'll see how we go, Adam.
Is that question for me, Adam?
Sure, the interior elements, okay. One is yes.
Okay. There are no interior attributes on this site. The buildings have been altered quite a bit. They have been used as commercial offices for a very, very long time. So they're subdivided on the interiors. There's a sort of mix and match flooring. There's some exposed timber, but other parts of it are drywalled. So it's a real mixed bag inside, much like the outside.
Other questions? Okay. Adam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if you could go back to the slide showing the retention of which aspects of the site would be retained.
Is this one perhaps a better question than for Anne for her presentation?
It's for both, I think. There might be a different opinions or considerations from both sides that would be warranted. And it's specifically, I want to preface this with I'm quite familiar with the site history. I'm the research lead for the Parkdale Village Historical Society, and I was the one that sent the city staff a bunch of the original drawings that Lennox had a year or two ago.
Thank you, Adam.
Yes. Looking at the site elevation or the site plans here, I note that the original section of the building, which is the corner section at the northeast corner of Milky Way and Dufferin Street, is to be demolished. That's the original 1883 factory portion. It had a fire and the top story and a half was removed. And it reads quite well, I think, with the later Lennox additions, which are proposed for retention. I'm just wondering if any further considerations given towards retention of that corner component, which is actually the earliest part of the site. It'd be really good to get that retained, and it'd be really wonderful if they could reconstruct the lost floor on that as well.
Anne, do you want to handle this?
So I'm not quite sure what your question was. The area on the corner of Dufferin Street and Milky Way, that wasn't included in the designation bylaw, and that is a fire was on there, so it was.
My question.
Perhaps Samantha wants to answer this one too. Does she want to weigh in? I'm sorry, I can't see everybody properly, so I'm going to just peek on the screen next to me.
Adam, thank you for the question. We went through various iterations of this and thought a lot about what was appropriate for retention and what should be removed. And ultimately that side of the building, though it is part of the oldest part of the site, as Anne mentioned, there were fires on this site in 1953 and 1935. A lot of that has been altered and a lot of it has been damaged. And so we took preference for the rear elevation, which was more intact. It's the most intact elevation of that entire building, and retained that, instead putting a new front on the Milky Way lane side of the building so that the entire development would read as one thing from that elevation.
Other questions for the consultant? Adam.
In terms of the private laneway, what is the approach for that? It's my understanding Dominion Radiator still owns the private laneway at the rear. They haven't existed as a company since 1924. American Standard eventually acquired ownership of the trademarks, but I'm just wondering how you're planning to approach said private laneway in terms of the site.
It's funny, Adam, I remember you asking this question in a community meeting for this project so many years ago and calling it an orphaned laneway. Yep. And my understanding is that it will remain in the existing ownership. And I actually don't know how to answer the question that you've asked because it feels like a legal question more than anything. But, we would be happy to kind of think it through and maybe talk offline about what it all means from a legal sense. But yeah, I actually don't know how to answer that properly.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions for our consultant? Seeing none, thank you so much. Yes, Adam?
My apology. If you could kindly just clarify the two highly ornate chimneys that had the spiral brickwork, are they to be reconstructed or are they to be not reconstructed at this point?
Are you talking about the chimneys in the
Lennox drawings? Yes, on
core
the
oven building.
Yes,
yes. We're gonna do our best to do a faithful recreation of those chimneys. Yes.
Thank you very much, Samantha. I'm assuming there's no more questions of our consultant. Moving now to questions of staff. Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if staff could speak a bit more about the decision not to designate the original component of this factory, which is right on that corner lot on Milky Way and Dufferin Street. Looking at the site photographs, it reads fairly well with the Lennox addition a bit to the south. And I dare say, even if this fire damage and the top story was lost on that corner component, it's such a critical component of the site. It's the inception of this site. This was also the very first factory built in Parkdale, when Parkdale Council repealed the bans on factories back in 1883. That original corner section, while it has been overclad with some stucco and while it has had some fire damage, I dare say it's critical to retain to this site, especially if you're talking about retaining that rear elevation off the Milky Way laneway. Losing that component on that corner, bridging the Milky Way elevation and the Dufferin Street elevation, and losing that original inception of the factory site, that's a huge loss for this historical factory complex. So I'm just wondering if they could clarify and speak a bit more about the decision not to include that. And I dare say I may bring forward a motion to ask for that to be reconsidered.
Pausing for a second there, Adam. I'm going to allow the question to go forward, right? Because I don't want to stifle debate here. Yep. But the issues before us is not the designation of the site. The issue before us is alterations to the heritage attributes of the site. So we cannot go backwards in time. So while I think there needs to be a fulsome discussion, we can ask for, where consideration was. I think we have to be very clear in what is being asked of us as a board and what we're asked to be considered in terms of heritage conservation. Whether we agree with what came before and what the decisions made prior, we have actually a fairly discrete issue, which sometimes is wonderful because it focuses us, and sometimes I think more often than not is frustrating because we all wish we could do more. So I'm going to let this sort of proceed as a general, maybe staff can comment upon the evolution of this site, but we can't go backwards in time. unfortunately.
I'm not requesting that staff go backwards in time. I'm requesting clarification on the decision not to retain the original section of the factory, which I thought was part of the attributes, that Dufferin Street wall and the Milky Way Street wall.
Through the chair, as ERA architects said in their previous submission, these had been altered. City has focused on retaining the rear wall of that building that fronts onto the laneway because that was the least altered part of the site. They needed to do changes along Milky Way to get access through in for construction and in order to build the proposed towers they're building. So we supported their proposal to just retain the rear wall.
Are there other questions of staff? Seeing none, discussion amongst ourselves. Adam?
Two kind of discussion points. One is I want to say I have a Dominion radiator right behind me right now. You can see it in the camera there. And number two, I dare say I'd like to bring a motion forward asking for greater consideration of retention of the 19th century components of this factory site, especially that corner section on Milky Way and Dufferin. I'm not satisfied with what this almost, and I don't want you to term facetectomy is, but on the Dufferin Street elevation, you have one wall retained. There's some retention in the courtyard and there's retention of the rear wall. But if you could get that continuous on at least 3 of the 4 sides, along with that internal courtyard, you'd have much more legibility of this factory site. And this is a Lennox building. E.J. Lennox is one of the most significant architects in Toronto's history. You wouldn't go into Castle Loma and knock out some of the walls there for a development project. You wouldn't go into Old City Hall. And this is, Lennox did have a number of ecclesiastical works, and a number of institutional works and industrial works. So I'd say this is a real opportunity here to have a real gem within Lennox's portfolio. And I really would like to see greater retention of those 19th century factory components. I dare say I might bring a motion forward with the clerks.
So if that's your prerogative, but I think in this case, much like the earlier one, Adam, is that you would then vote against the recommendations because you're not supportive, and that you, as chair of your panel, could in fact write a letter based upon your representation that expresses these things. There are other avenues forward. So those are sort of probably 2 paths. Yes.
Madam Chair, with all respect, I have authored over 200 letters and 250 heritage nominations, and unless the motion is brought forward, I fear these do fall through the cracks and there's no recourse.
I know we come into this, we often face this problem where there's a huge fear of things falling through the cracks, and sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. I understand what we're up against. And so I recognize that you can express your displeasure and you can vote against the recommendations. If you have language, please send it to clerks and we can see if it's something that is workable. I will say if it's not, then I very well might say that we're not going to hear it. But let's wait and see and move on to the next item as we table this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a hugely critical site.
Adam, I apologize, and I'm trying not to be cranky, although I'm a little bit cranky because we're now getting to 20 to 2. I really want to give attention to our other matters, so I'm keeping us really focused, okay? Moving on to the next item, please. PB 33.8.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Poria Nazemi. I'm a senior heritage planner with Heritage Planning, and I'm presenting item PB 33.8. Heritage Planning staff recommend that City Council refuse the application under Part 5, Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act to demolish and construct a new building on the designated heritage properties at 445 to 451 Adelaide Street West, in connection with the proposed development of the site. Next, please. The proposed development site is located at the southwest corner of Adelaide Street West and Morrison Street It includes 4 properties, 445 to 451 Adelaide Street West, all identified as contributing residential properties within the King Spadina Heritage Conservation District. The site is adjacent to the contributing property at 453 Adelaide Street West to the west, and to the north adjacent to the St. Andrew's Playground, a significant historic public space within the King Spadina CD that dates to the 1873 Hawkins Plan and is also a contributing property. Next, please. The subject site is located within the King Spadina city, as I mentioned earlier. The district contains a concentration of late 19th and early to mid 20th century residential and industrial commercial building typologies, as well as 3 historic public parks, including the St. Andrew's Playground to the north of the site, and a distinctive network of lane bays. These resources reflect the area's evolution from a residential neighborhood into a warehouse and manufacturing district over the course of its period of significance, which spans from the 1880s to the 1940s. The site includes 4 contributing residential properties. Constructed in 1880, the John P. Jackson House at 445 Adelaide Street West anchors the southwest corner of Adelaide and Morrison Streets, and the properties at 447 to 453 Adelaide Street West, known as the Eliza Lennox houses, comprise a group of 4 row houses constructed in 1904 and designed as a unified group. The shared brick parapet features a central segmental arched pediment and decorative panels at the center and ends, providing a symmetrical composition and reinforcing the impression of a complete and cohesive building. The adjacent property at 453 Adelaide is not part of the development site. Next, please. The development application proposes to demolish the 4 contributing properties, as you can see in this slide, and construct a 17-story hotel building featuring a contemporary architectural design. The King Spadina HCD plan directs that contributing buildings shall be conserved. However, it outlines specific circumstances under which demolition may be acceptable, specifically where a building is unsafe, where its heritage integrity and value have been lost, and where that loss is not the result of demolition by neglect or purposeful damage. None of these criteria apply in this case. The submitted HIA acknowledges that the proposed demolition does not align with the demolition policies in the King Spadina HCD plan, but contends that it is necessary to realize the full potential of the site, offering a greater opportunity to meet the objectives of the HCD plan and ensure the long-term benefit and success of the district. In a staff's opinion, this argument does not justify the loss of contributing properties, which are central to the heritage character of this portion of the district. The proposal fails to meet the fundamental objectives of the HCD plan, which include the conservation of the district's heritage value, attributes, and contributing properties. Next, please. The HIA also states that best efforts were made to explore opportunities to adaptively reuse the existing buildings on the site. However, given the constraints of a small site and the operating needs of the proposed hotel, retaining existing fabric was not a viable option. The applicant, however, has not provided any meaningful analysis of alternatives to demolition or evidence to support the claim that adaptive reuse is not viable. As required by the King Spadina HCD plan, contributing properties shall be conserved in a manner that supports the long-term conservation of the heritage value and attributes of the district, as well as the integrity of the contributing properties. The HCD plan specifically requires retention of the whole or substantial portions of a contributing property and its three-dimensional integrity. Staff are of the opinion that the proposal fails to conserve the King Spadina HCD's heritage value and attributes as expressed through the contributing properties on and adjacent to the site. Replacing 4 contributing properties with a 17-story tower would result in their permanent and irreversible loss, an outcome that is in direct conflict with the HCD plan. Next, please. The proposal also destroys the symmetrical composition of the unified row at 447 to 453 Adelaide Street West by removing 3 of the 4 houses that make up this architecturally cohesive building. This severely compromises the heritage value, attributes, and integrity of the remaining unit at 453 Adelaide. The proposal is not consistent with the heritage conservation policies of the provincial planning statement, fails to conform to the city's official plan, and fails to meet the intent of or be consistent with the standards and guidelines for conservation of historic places in Canada. In the opinion of staff, the proposal fails to treat conservation as a guiding and directive principle and instead treats heritage conservation as an external constraint to be addressed after the built form and design is established. Next, please. Heritage conservation policies, especially within HCDs, require that new development respond to and be shaped by the existing heritage context. The massing and architectural expression of the proposed building are unrelated to the heritage attributes and character-defining elements of the district and fail to demonstrate an integrated approach to conservation and design as required by the heritage planning framework. Staff are of the opinion that the proposal does not comply with the provincial and municipal heritage planning policy framework, nor with recognized best practices in the field of heritage conservation in Canada. Heritage planning staff therefore recommend refusal of the application, and this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions of staff? Adam.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a very long-standing file. Do we know when exactly was it, did it first come forward?
A zoning bylaw application was submitted in 2017, and community planning reported on the original application in 2018, but that proposal was different with the existing proposal which submitted in May 2025.
Are there other questions? Yes, Adam.
Thank you, Tori. I think it's been the same standing issues since 2017. Is that correct, around the retention of those heritage buildings being a key component that's not been met by the application so far, regardless of whether it's a hotel or residential project? Is that correct?
The original proposal was a mixed-use building, but the existing proposal includes a zoning bylaw application for a 17-story hotel on this site, which includes retail on the ground level.
And the cities had the same general feedback of the lack of preservation is a major issue?
That's correct. And the point is that when the original proposal was submitted, we designated these 4 properties individually under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. But since then, we have two planning frameworks which are in force. The King Spadina Secondary Plan, which came into force in August 2023, and the King Spadina HCD Plan, which came into force in February 2024. So we have two strong planning framework that by which the applicant is required to conserve all the heritage resources on the site and respect the adjacent heritage resources adjacent to the site.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions of staff? Adam.
Thank you. I'll try to streamline this one. This is a very prominent site within the King Spadina HCD. It's directly across from St. Andrew's Playground, one of the few public parks in the district, and right across from St. Andrew's Market. Do either of those adjacent resources have any impacts on this refusal and the decision behind it?
Yes, as you mentioned, through the chair, as you mentioned, the development site is adjacent to St. Andrew's Playground, which is a historic and a significant historic property to the north of the site. The HIA submitted as part of the application indicates only the shadow impact on St. Andrew, and if in the report before you, I explained that the visual impacts of the proposal should be analyzed and reflected, but it hasn't been reflected in the HIA. Definitely, the proposal has visual impacts on the St. Andrew's Playground, but it hasn't been analyzed and considered in the HIA.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Seeing none, is there discussion amongst ourselves? Yes, Adam?
I dare say I think that the City of Toronto, from what I recall, has had the same feedback. And I'm not speaking on behalf of the city, I want to clarify that. But from the public perspective, what I remember, the city has had the same general feedback for this project since 2017 of the retention of those heritage buildings is absolutely critical. And this is a phenomenal site directly across from this very historic playground, very historic property. So,
is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I have a staff report with recommendations before us. Would anybody like to move the recommendations of that report? Adam, are you moving the recommendations?
That's the refusal?
Yes.
Yes, I'll move that.
Okay, all those in favor? Thank you very much. The motion carries. Moving on now to PB 33.9. Welcome back, Anne.
Hello, I am here to talk about the proposed development at 126 to 130 Avenue Road. The application site is within the East Annex Heritage Conservation District, and as such it is seeking permission under Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act to demolish 3 existing buildings along the west side of Avenue Road, just north of Bernard Avenue, and to construct a new 11-storey mixed-use building containing 60 dwelling units and retail uses at grade. Next slide, please. This is the location plan. The application site is situated, as I said, on the west side of Avenue Road at its intersection with Bernard Avenue. It is highlighted in red here on the slide. Next slide, please. This slide shows some photographs of the properties that are the subject of this application, which are proposed to be demolished. The two photographs on the right show the Avenue Road facing facades. The top photograph shows the properties at 126 to 130 Avenue Road, and the photograph below is the photograph along Avenue Road looking north that shows the context of the subject properties. The photograph on the left shows the Bernard Street frontage of 126 Avenue Road. The buildings were constructed in circa 1930 and are noted as being Category X buildings in the East Annex HCD plan. Category X buildings are those that are not considered to be of heritage significance at this time. This is because they are either so altered from their original appearance that their character is substantially diminished, or they are considered too recent to be given any accurate heritage evaluation. The proposed application under the Ontario Heritage Act has to be assessed in relation to the provisions of the HCD plan. Although the East Annex HCD plan discourages demolition, it does not prohibit the demolition of Category X buildings, provided the replacement buildings complies with the guidelines for new buildings in the East Annex HCD plan. With respect to new buildings, the HCD plan says they should be in character with neighbouring buildings in relation to their height, depth, setback and entry level. They should use neighbouring buildings as a guide, employ similar massing, proportion and level of detail, and should use clay brick as the predominant exterior material on street-facing facades. Next slide, please. This is elevations of the proposed new 11-storey building. According to the Heritage Impact Assessment from ERA Architects, the proposal includes a 3-storey street wall along Avenue Road, with massing the steps down to 2 stories along Bernard Avenue. The street wall has been divided into bays to break up the massing. It will use masonry in a 3-storey base building to reference the red brick masonry of buildings in the area. And landscaping has been included along Bernard Avenue to relate to the Bernard Street streetscape. Next slide, please. This detailed rendering is to demonstrate how the proposed base building has been designed to relate to its context. It references the 3-storey street wall, the use of masonry, the use of bays to break up the massing, and the fact that the massing is stepped back along Bernard Avenue to relate to the lower scale buildings here. As noted in the staff report and earlier, although the East Annex HCD plan discourages demolition, it does not prohibit the demolition of Category X buildings, provided the replacement buildings complies with the guidelines of the HCD plan. And as I said before, the HCD plan says new buildings should be in character with neighbouring buildings in relation to their height, depth, step back and entry level. They should use neighbouring buildings as a guide and employ similar massing, proportion and level of detail, and include the use of clay brick. The proposed new 11-storey building is noticeably taller than the adjacent buildings within the East Annex HCD plan. And it includes a base that is higher than the neighbouring properties to the north on Avenue Road. However, the height is not dissimilar to other buildings on the west side of Avenue Road, in particular 118 to 116 Avenue Road, which has recently got approval for a new residential building of similar height to this. The entry level and depth of the proposed new building is similar to the existing. The setback of the proposed new building is similar to that on the north side, on the other side of Bernard Avenue of the adjacent building, which is stepped in at the corner. The impact of the proposed massing has been mitigated by the use of a fourth floor reveal, step backs of the tower, and the use of the masonry, as I said before, to break up the massing by having express bays on the facade. The design features help to reinforce the base as a compatible part of the street wall along this part of Avenue Road, and to give visual prominence to the base building. Along Bernard Avenue, as I've said before, the proposed new building steps bound to transition to be compatible with the adjacent low-level residential character. It also includes a landscape bed along Bernard Street frontage that relates to the landscape front yards of the adjacent residential properties, and will help to transition the new construction to this residential street. Heritage Planning are of the opinion that the proposal is consistent with the guidelines of the HCD plan and with other applicable policies and guidelines. It's therefore recommended the City Council approve the application under Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a few registered speakers on this item. The first is Sandra Schall for the Annex Residents Association. Hi, Sandra.
Hi, everyone.
You know the drill. You've got 5 minutes.
Yes, and thank you for coming in this afternoon and This is a very long meeting before a holiday. So what we're talking about at 126 130 Avenue Road, which runs from Bernard to Davenport, is about half of the block of this block. In 2023, in response to community recommendations, the design for the new development at 126 130 Avenue Road retained the front facades and part of the south-facing return wall on Bernard Avenue. The 1930s Avenue Road buildings, best known for their decades-long flower shops, are classified as non-contributing buildings, as are many of the Avenue Road buildings within the HCD, including those that were originally residential, built contemporaneously with those on the residential side streets, but are now used as offices and boutiques. They were included, all of them were included within the HCD boundaries because they continued the connection to the residential side streets in scale, both height and width, as well as material and such details as window openings and doors. The details in the cornices, brickwork, and story heights were compatible. They contrast with the large-scale buildings south of the HCD, which clearly respond architecturally and stylistically to Avenue Road rather than to the buildings on the residential side streets, even though they are made of brick. And we're talking about buildings like the Park Hyatt Hotel. We like the 2023 proposal because its retention of the existing street wall maintained the relationship of the Avenue Road buildings to Bernard Avenue. They anchored the tower to the historical neighborhood. Residents in the area have long advocated for wider sidewalks on the block of Avenue Road between Bernard and Davenport. The sidewalk is only 1.5 meters wide for a busy commercial strip. The planning department asked the developer, we discovered about 2 months ago at most, to demolish 126 130 Avenue Road, the most expeditious way to widen the sidewalk, rather than redesign this section of Avenue Road, which is 6 lanes wide. The original HIA supported the retention of parts of the original buildings. The current HIA that is posted advocates for the demolition. So rather than the city improving the public realm, it has laid this task and the expense for it at the feet of the developer, who came back with a new design for a building set back farther from the road. The podium, and this destroys the continuous street wall. The podium is approximately the same 3-story height as the building on Avenue Road to the north. It's a Spanish revival. And the 2-story heights of the houses on Bernard, and made of brick, and it has bays, but the scale of the floor heights, the positioning of the bays, and size of the windows in no way relate to the neighboring heritage buildings. The building relates more to the buildings to the south of the HCD, which were consciously left out of the HCD. The HCD starts halfway between Bloor and Davenport on Elgin Avenue. Therefore, we disagree with staff that the recommendations of the HCD have been met. This also sets the precedent of demolition of the buildings to the north when the next development inevitably comes along. This is an HCD. It's all about streetscape, not individual building heritage attributes. And that streetscape is about to be lost. So we are not professional heritage people, but we thought there were 2 possible alternatives. And one is going back to a Canadian compromise, which is moving the facades of the Avenue Road and part of the Bernard return wall of the heritage buildings to fit as they did originally on the podium of the new proposal, or at the very least redesign the podium of the tower not to be imitative, but certainly more compatible in look and feel to the neighboring buildings.
20 seconds.
And that's it. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Sandra? Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sandra, for your deputation. Sandra, this isn't the first site that we've seen where they've used the proposal for wider sidewalks to allow for the demolition of heritage resources. I think just on the northwest corner of Avenue in Davenport, we see something similar with the heritage buildings there, the Canada Bread Company site.
That's right. Well, it was the Canada Bread office being retained. Yeah. It's the corner building that is being lost. And that wasn't my idea.
And you mentioned there's a change between 2023 and 2025.
Yes.
Is specifically around the retention or widening of the sidewalks that we see the loss of this heritage building?
That is correct.
Okay.
Before they were not going to be well, they were going to be demolished, but some of the heritage element would be retained that kept that continuous street wall, even though there's a 10-year gap between the buildings in question and the building to the north.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Sandra? Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time, Sandra. We have next on our list, Philip Evans.
Hi, everyone. I don't have a presentation.
You got 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody's time today. I don't have a presentation. I'll keep it nice and short, but I am available for questions if there are any. I was the heritage consultant on this file, so happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Adam, I see, has a question for you.
Oh, I think, does Alex have a question as well? Because if so, Alex can go first. No, you're just stretching. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Evans, I'm just wondering if any consideration was given towards physically relocating some of the buildings on the site to allow for both the widening of the public realm sidewalks and then also retaining the heritage buildings. I understand with the building with the tile roof, the Spanish colonial building on the north side that's proposed for severance at the moment, that would be more difficult. But certainly the building with the refined pilasters and brick arches could be retained in its entirety if rolled backwards on the site. Is that something that was explored at all? It's a fairly deep site.
Yes, no, it's a good question, and we like to look at all options available to us, Adam, through you, Madam Chair. I would say that when we had started looking at alternative approaches for the site, our first approach was to retain as much of the continuous street wall as we could. The original application did explore that. I have to say, though, being an X-rated building, we were retaining those structures, that street wall, partly for its kind of built form urban contribution to the application, not necessarily for heritage considerations and value. So I would say once we understood in collaboration with city staff and the developer and the community that there were other expectations on this site, particularly as Ms. Shaw had mentioned, around widening of the sidewalk. As we took that direction from planning staff and others, and came up with a solution that was, in all efforts, a compatible replacement structure. But at no point did we look at retaining, in addition to retaining that street wall, picking it up and then moving it back. I will say that those are approaches we have done in the past. We try and respond with a proposal like that when it's suited by the value of the site. That is not an approach that we had explored specifically for this site, considering the X rating and the expectations of planning staff that we were hoping to balance.
Are there other questions for our speaker? Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Evans, has ERA done a deep dive into the history of these buildings, if they're X-rated, or how detailed is the HIA? There are design elements on that middle building that I can look at and say, I dare say I want to theorize who the architect is based on design elements, but I think there may be something there that would be warrant exploring further. And I know that with the East annexation, it was passed around, was it mid-2000s, early 2010s? We were dealing with policy guidelines that are over a decade old at this point, but I'm just curious, how much of a detailed dive into the history of these buildings did the ERA do?
Thank you, through Madam Chair. And Adam, we had submitted a full HIA that was that met the expectations of staff, in that a understanding and acknowledgement of the HCD and the good work that went into that, in addition to some baseline research that we had done and carried out on this site to determine if it's a candidate for designation. That complemented heritage staff's research as well. So I think we all kind of came to the table together on this one to determine that it was, in fact, not a candidate for individual designation on its own. But that's not. I appreciate what's before the board today. What's before the board is a proposal for what is a compatible replacement structure.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time. We have one more speaker today, and that is Mitchell Gold. Welcome, sir. Thank you for hanging out with us up until this point. Once you've got settled, you'll have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and other members of the board. My name is Mitchell Gold. I'm a chartered accountant by profession. I'm here representing the village of Yorkville. I am the vice president of the village, and I have lived in the area. I lived on 11 Yorkville. No, 11 was my business, 12 was my business, 81 I lived at, 92 Yorkville I had my business, and 83 Scholars. So I'm ensconced in the area and very familiar with a lot of the developments over the years, being a friend of Stan Garden and on all his developments. I am one of the founders of the Bloor Yorkville BIA, and if the BIA ever sits in front of this board, they are not to represent the village of Yorkville. If they ever come here, I'm saying to you in no uncertain terms, they have no right to represent the village of Yorkville. And I would ask you to review the documents that form the BIA, which I helped orchestrate. And there was the BIA itself is not acting in the interest of the village of Yorkville. And I want this committee to understand that. And the way you understand it is go look at the documents that we formed the village. Because the village was, not the village, the BIA. The BIA was a compromise that we came to, and we were to share the board 50-50. And they didn't live up to that. And I think that this committee, whatever you do, you should intercede in the BIA, because they're misrepresenting the village area. The building that we're talking about here, I just think it's an ugly building. But I think a lot of buildings are ugly. It's because architects are too structured between things. They can't be creative. Frank Gehry came into Toronto and showed us what creativity was, but we don't have it here. The village of Yorkville owns 2 parks. It owns the park where we put the rock. You're familiar with the rock? I put the rock there. There was no guidelines for doing it. We did it. And it's proven over the years to be a wonderful experience. Knock on wood, there hasn't been any accidents on it. The kids are on it playing. It's marvelous. But the BIA doesn't market it at all. It's a tragedy what the BIA has been doing to this area. Now, I would like to encourage you, I don't know how these things get done, but how we got the rock there was we did a Section 37. Right now in Yorkville, you've already approved like 7 or 8 projects, all 50 stories or more. I would ask that we put a Section 37 on all of them at 3, 5, 10%, and get that money to promote Yorkville in the way that it should be according to your guidelines. Yorkville should be an exemplary of what happens when you amalgamate a village in a community. And what do? You don't throw it out. We've been thrown out. We've had it stolen from us. And I'm asking you to help us bring it back. I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today, sir. Do we have any questions for our speaker in respect of the matter that's before the board? Okay, and it's just with respect to the matter, the item number? Okay, Adam and then Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a twofold question, but I think they can both be answered in the same response. One is to clarify if these properties are members of the Yorkville BIA, and then the other is there's a small parquet or road allowance along the south side of this site, the Bernard Avenue Road Allowance. Is that one of the sites that Mr. Gold is referring to in terms of the parquets that the BIA has established? Because that would be fundamentally impacted by, I think, the redevelopment of this site, especially demolition of that corner building. Just seeking clarification of what he's referring to.
I would say that the development that is being talked about here, that the only thing my concern is, what happens to the flower shop and the other businesses there? They should be looked after. That's what I'm trying to do in Yorkville with the buildings there. There's people that have been there 17 years, 40 years, and they're thrown out because they can't afford the new rents. So I want Section 37 to help the flower shop stay there. Maybe they should be Section 37 themselves. I don't feel it's my right to interfere in that development, but it should be done responsibly. And I think an ugly building is not responsible, and it is an ugly building. And while I'm talking, I have one idea I would like to throw into your considerations is the notion of when buildings get done now, they should use graphene. I don't know if you've even heard of this, but there's graphene cement, graphene paint, and these things should be used in all our buildings, whether you're fixing up something or whether you're building new. Graphene is the material of the future, and we should be dealing with the future, not just the past.
I agree. Jeff, you have a question for our speaker?
I actually had the same question that Adam had. I was unclear what the context was, the relevance, the immediate direct relationship with this development, if you would clarify that. So I guess that has been somewhat clarified.
I think it's been clarified to the best of all of our knowledge. Do we have other questions for our speaker as it pertains to the item before us? Seeing none, Mr. Gold, thank you so much for your time. Well, I think the board cannot weigh in, and it's completely outside of our purview to deal with the BIA. I appreciate you must have significant frustrations. You might consider going to the Toronto and East York Community Panel. They have sort of a broader mandate, and you might be able to sort of speak there as well, to have your views heard and so that you can continue your advocacy. Thank you very much for appearing before us, though, today. At this time, we move to questions of staff. Paul.
My question is regarding the adjacent building to this. Is it also an unrated building, or does it have a contributing value in the HA, the
Through the chair, the adjacent buildings on Avenue Road are unrated.
Thank you.
Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few brief questions. For a while within Annex HCDs, there is a general exclusion of the main thoroughfares. We're seeing that with the ongoing Annex West HCD that's under study, where Blair, Bathurst, Davenport, DuPont are generally omitted from them. Do we have buildings on Avenue that are not X-rated? And I'm just curious as to the decision behind putting these as X-rated buildings, because looking at them and looking at the HIA, I dare say that these would meet criteria that we might see enacted in other districts like Midtown and Focus. It's a typology that we've seen reflected in other studies. It's a building style that we see other examples of on the Heritage Register, and I'm just surprised that these weren't designated.
Through the chair, there are some rated buildings along Avenue Road, in particular 110 and 112 Avenue Road, which were recently part of a development application that came towards the board. So there are a few rated buildings along Avenue, not many, most of them are unrated.
Other questions of staff? Adam?
And thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the HIA right now. Is there just the one version, or is there an earlier version with more detailed research? Just a brief question there. Maybe even the ERA can answer this.
Through the chair, I don't have the answer. I don't have the HIAs in front of me at the moment. I suspect the research is the same in terms of the buildings in both versions.
Okay, because I'm
Other questions? Seeing none, discussion amongst ourselves? Adam.
I'm looking at the HIA and I'm not seeing the detailed research one would expect to see on a HCD property. And my apologies, I hope I'm not misspeaking here, but looking, I see a condition assessment and I see a one paragraph summary of both properties with dating from a 1994 bylaw. I just worry that perhaps there is some more here that would have warranted, designation of these buildings had a further research been done on them. And I want to know that there are some absolutely lovely design elements, especially on that middle building, that aren't seen on those faraway photos. You have lovely brick arches in the brickwork. You have some fine masonry detailing, some either pressed or carved stone pilasters or even cement pilasters. And these are quite lovely buildings to look at alongside the fine grain retail. And I'm just curious about the decision behind having them as X-rated, and also the decision to demolish them. And the earlier proposal did include their retention. And I'm concerned of this trend that we're seeing along Avenue Road and Davenport Road and elsewhere in the city, where we're losing potential heritage buildings and actual heritage buildings with listed or designation status in the name of wider sidewalks. And surely there's a capacity to have both on the site, where you can have both a wider sidewalk. You have a 6-lane road here, and preservation of the heritage building, whether that includes, rolling some of the site backwards, or even, narrowing one of the lanes of traffic. I'm just not satisfied that, we're losing, right here, we're losing heritage resources or heritage buildings. Anywhere else, I think we would have seen a designation report for.
Other discussion? Paul.
A bit of a counterpoint. I think there's no question in my mind, if this goes ahead, we're watching a domino fall, and the next domino will be the building next door, almost certainly. I'm having more trouble convincing myself that's a bad thing. HIAs do not mean there is no change, and there is a trade-off here. There is the sidewalks being provided, and the retail, while the individual businesses may change, I think what's important to streetscapes, particularly in the downtown, is we preserve the on-street retail. You could do far worse with a condo building with a lobby that has no vitality to the street. So I'm really on the fence on this one. I don't like to see the HIA eroded, but it's not the worst proposal I've ever seen. Just my commentary.
Other discussion points? Adam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Paul, for your comments. I see on this site two, I dare say, subtypologies of buildings, which I'm curious if ever have actually been studied. One is the old Dominion storefronts from the Dominion grocery store. I could think of at least 10 or 20 examples throughout the city of Toronto that all have similar design features, all dating to the 1930s, and they're along major neighborhoods or major thoroughfares in established neighborhoods, and they were part of a trend of self-serve grocery stores that emerged in the interwar period. And the other is these buildings with the metallic or almost Spanish tile roof that we see almost exclusively in the Annex and in Midtown. And these are two subtypologies of Toronto architecture that I think have not yet been studied to date, and that we're seeing rapidly eroded by development projects. And I dare say that middle building also reminds me of Herbert Charles Roberts' works, although I don't want to attribute it to him without doing the research, but certainly the two buildings on either end are important subtypologies of Main Street architecture that I don't think have been researched in detail yet.
Other points of discussion? I'm with Paul. I'm on the fence on this one. It's really challenging because we have an older heritage conservation district plan that's not being written sort of in the same ways, and so what we have in terms of meeting compatibility is very sort of different. So does it meet the letter of the law? Absolutely. Do we maybe disagree with the spirit of it? Yes, but then what is our mandate? So I'm a bit betwixt and between myself. So we're gonna have to call to a vote and see how it goes. Adam, yes.
Madam Chair, is there an opportunity to request further evaluation of these properties? Because I'm looking at the HIA, the 76-page HIA, most of it's a condition assessment, and I'm only really seeing, and I hope I'm not misspeaking, I am reading a 76-page document very quickly, or rereading it rather, but I'm only seeing a one-paragraph summary of the building's history. I'm seeing, it looks like it's pulled from a designation bylaw dating to 1994. It attributes it to a decade of construction. There's no information on the builder or developer or earlier past uses of the building. Is there an opportunity to request that this go back for further research and evaluation before we vote on it?
Probably not. Because what we have before is alterations before us and not research and evaluation. And if I recall correctly, and people can correct me if I'm speaking out of term, is that, and having read the HIA will have required a share if for any number of reasons. One of the things that excludes the need for a heritage evaluation is if the property is already covered under an HCD, which this one is. Therefore, the HIA would not have required further research and evaluation. What stands in the designation and what is there is what we have to work with. Yet another reason perhaps to be a little bit reticent and on the fence. And so as ever, you can vote against the recommendations in the report, which I think speaks volumes, and sometimes perhaps as a board we don't do that enough. If we're dissatisfied, you as a chair of a panel, Adam, can also submit a letter that will sort of go forward, that will sort of register sort of your complaints and or your dissatisfaction for any number of reasons. And then we have also our clearly broad-ranging discussion here today. And I think all of these things in tandem, we can't see as necessarily, a sign of, I think it does guard against falling through the cracks, because the conversation, the discussion is the thing. And even if it doesn't move as fast as we want it to do, I think it does help with some change going forward, hoping that things, work just a little bit better and more smoothly. So those would be the ways forward. Adam.
Thank you for that clarification, Madam Chair. I also want to note, I fear that the current condition of the building is causing potential overlook of their value, because I'm looking around the edges of these signs on the outside of the building, these big, large light-up signs, and there's a very lovely carved or pressed stone storefront, likely dating to the Art Deco period underneath these. It seems to be still intact, especially that middle building. So I do worry that, I really encourage that further research and evaluation be done. And I know we are constrained by the policies and statutory timeframes on this, but I think these buildings likely have some potential for heritage value here.
Fair points. Do we have any other discussion amongst ourselves? Seeing none, I have a staff report with recommendations before me. Do anybody want to move the recommendations in the report? Seeing none, I think we're going to move to a recorded vote. I have a sense that we're going to be a little divided on this one. I'm going to move adoption just so that we can call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand and I'll read your name very slowly. Paul. Mitchell. All those opposed, please raise. Adam, Alex, Jeff, Matthew, Wendy, Katerina. I moved it. Yes. Just having a count. The motion fails. The motion fails. All right.
Julia, did you vote on that last item, Madam Chair?
I did.
Okay.
I moved the motion, Adam, to call the vote
yes.
here.
It's been a lot.
What's going to happen is the report will still go to council, but it goes without recommendations from the board. Okay? Moving on back to PB.
Have we just lost City Hall?
No, we're just having a moment.
Oh, not to worry.
Very, very. So it goes. I think there was just a point of clarification for those of you in your homesteads, where why does the report continue to move forward? And it's because, well, there's still recommendations, but it goes without the advice of Preservation Board, right? We move the recommendations in the report, and in this case, we don't. Okay, moving on back to PB 33.7, and there is a motion. Just think, we could have had a confidential attachment today to really, really, do a home run of all of the issues. No fire alarm, don't jinx us. Just bear with us, okay? We're on the last item. I can't hold it with something else. I'm out of jokes and puns.
Julia, just think of the combination of a fire alarm and a confidential item.
So that City Council requests Senior Manager Heritage Planning, Urban Design, City Planning to work with the applicant to retain more of the legibility and massing of the 19th and early 20th century factory complex on the corner of Dufferin Street and Milky Way alongside the interior courtyard elements, remainder of the Dufferin Street street wall, north of the driveway entrance, and rear private laneway street wall.
If I may add one word to that, Madam Chair.
Sure.
After 20th century, add the word components or portions, just to clarify what is being referred to, and that way it allows for still demolition, if need be, of the later portions made of cinder block from the mid to late 20th century, but specifically referring to the 19th and early 20th century components and portions of the factory complex. And that way we have the corner portion, we have the street walls, we have that rear wall that was mentioned, the internal courtyard, and still allowing for demolition of those later portions.
I think everybody can see that up there. There's the change, the massing of the 19th and early 20th century components of the factory complex. Angela's nicely highlighted the addition there. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can ask questions of Adam at this point about, his amendment. Does anybody have questions just at him as mover? No, okay. Is there anybody else who would like to speak about the amendment or speak to the item?
if I may provide clarification, Madam Chair,
I'm going to actually stop. Adam, you have been actually on this point incredibly clear about your motivation,
thank you.
And
okay.
It's in the wording, okay?
Yep.
Okay. We have an amendment before us. Adam has moved it. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That will carry. And all those opposed? 2. No. It's carried. Okay, now we're back to our motion as amended. So we have any other discussion on the issue as amended? Just giving it a moment here. Seeing none, we have a staff report as recommended and as amended before us. Would anybody like to move the recommendations of the report? Adam, thank you very much. All those in favor, please raise your hand. The motion carries. Thank you very much. That concludes our business for the day. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much to clerks and to all of the staff in here, to Heritage staff and to my fellow members for being with us. Our next meeting is July 18th. There is more than one item on this agenda. Quorum is actually rather important. So unless, if you're going to be away, please let me know so that I can suggest otherwise with a smile so that we have everybody there. Other than that, I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of their week and start to July. Thank you so much for your time.